Welcome in, guys. This is the 400th. No. This is the 514th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody who's tuning in live on YouTube and TikTok alike, thank you guys so much for being here. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing this live out with a couple friends, hitting that repost button and spamming that chat. That engagement really helps this live stream get boosted out more and far across that For You page so we can draw the crazies into debate. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for being here. Hit that like button. It really helps us out. And for all the VOD watchers that don't watch us when we're live, but watch us after the fact when this stream is posted as a long format video on that YouTube channel, thank you for being here as well. If this is your first time tuning into the live stream, you are in luck. This is one of the craziest live streams on the internet, and we run it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. You better grab your popcorn and grab that soda and strap in because you're in for a treat. For 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, we debate, particularly Trump supporters, trying to figure out how the hell so many Americans still support this piece of shit. And I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of your life and mine, regardless if you're 8, 18, or 80 years old. So I don't know how there's still people that support this crazy piece of shit. Before we hop into the debates, let's go over the news. So the U.S. economy is in a very dire situation. It has been reported today by The Hill, by Reuters, that the U.S. crude oil supply is at a 45-year low as this war in Iran continues to tarnish our strategic reserves. We have not had less oil in our strategic reserves for 45 years. Now, according to the Bank of America Global Research and data from them, they're saying that this is the lowest our strategic reserves have been at since 1983, and we currently have 43 days worth of crude oil supply saved in the reserves for the country, given that we need them. And that's a pretty scary thing. Now, the Trump administration has been releasing the oil from the reserves to combat rising energy costs sparked by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, of course, which shut down and disallowed 20% of the world's daily global oil production to enter into the market. And throughout the last 5 months of this conflict, continually releasing the oil from the reserves has now proven to be very dire for the state of the U.S. economy. And this is just in breaking news. I'm getting a message over on iMessage that the Supreme Court is now clearing the way for Trump to advance a closure of mail-in voting for the midterms. That's also pretty scary. I'm sure that we'll be going through that today or tomorrow. But just to read off the headline, it says that a decision from SCOTUS appears to leave room for additional court challenges that could further slow Trump's order to stop mail-in voting before the midterms. And this is a really bad thing. I hope that he's unsuccessful in doing so. I hope that the court shut him down because that's just disgusting. That is voter suppression. And just to keep in mind, this order from SCOTUS does not mean that it's lawful for Trump to shut down mail-in voting, just that he could implement it for now, and that will probably be challenged in a lower court. Folks, we're going to go ahead and hop into that very first debate. We already do have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected. For everybody that's tuning in, please say hey in that chat. Thank you so much, Malachi, for the galaxy as well on TikTok. And to big us up, why don't you take it away and tell us how the hell you still support this piece of shit?
I mean, he's essentially closed the border, right? Something Biden never did.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think that he's closed the border.
You don't think a 90% decrease in illegal migration is closing the border?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, you're a dumbass.
No, I think that I'm a realist. I understand that we've seen a significant reduction in undocumented entry. I think that's because Trump is scaring these immigrants away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the immigrants who are already here. Like, yeah, when you're just like killing people, illegally deporting people, and torturing people overseas, like, yeah, you're going to scare away new people from entering.
You think those are the only ways he's slowed illegal migration?
I think that's what accounts for the significant slow in illegal immigration, yeah. Because, like, what's like the one other thing that he's done to try to slow undocumented entry? He's, like, put troops at the border. Yeah, Biden did that, too. He had, like, 10,000 troops deployed for Mexico in 2022. That certainly didn't help too much. I think the reason why we see such a significant reduction in undocumented entry is because they're treating the immigrants who are already here like trash, and that kind of signals to the new immigrants that are considering coming in that, oh, maybe if they do come into the country, the use of undocumented means they're literally going to be killed, they're literally going to be, tortured, so on and so forth.
I mean, I can agree with. I don't agree with him violating rights, but I think
Okay, well
you
then
know
you
him.
don't agree with him quote unquote closing the border.
Well, no, I do. I do.
So you think that the means justify the ends?
No, but I like the ends.
Okay, but you don't
Yeah,
think that the means justify the ends.
but I support him because of the ends.
Okay, but you can't
You know.
support him because of the ends unless you think that the means justify the ends.
Well, no, I like to see him go a different way on it, but
Okay, so let's just get it clear. Do the means justify the ends, or do the means not justify the ends?
they don't.
Okay, so the ends are unjustified.
But I like the ends.
Okay, but you think that the ends are ultimately unjustified because of what he's done to achieve those ends. Thank you for the swan.
Okay, so
I mean, you just said it
I
yourself.
also
You just
like.
said that the means don't justify the ends.
I mean, yeah, I do agree with that, but
Okay, so this isn't a
uh,
reason why you support Trump. You think it's unjust.
I mean, what did you say the unjust reasons were that he's stopping illegal migration?
Oh, yeah, like killing people, torturing people, illegally deporting people,
Yeah,
unconstitutionally attempting to strip
who's he
citizens of
killing?
their citizenship.
Who's he killing?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen undocumented immigrants get shot and killed by ICE agents in Maine. We, of course, also had Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and a handful of other individuals who were brutally murdered by ICE agents. And then when local investigators attempted to investigate these brutal murders for what they are, well, then we saw the Trump administration refuse to turn over evidence to local investigators, obstructing state rights, and, of course, defending the ICE agents that have committed these murders. Regardless of what your perspective on these deaths are, if you think they're self-defense or murder, the fact alone that the Trump administration has hopped behind the ICE agents that committed those executions and obstructed any prosecution of those ICE agents for potential criminal wrongdoing is an issue. And that's one of the many issues that has led to a significant reduction in undocumented entry.
Well, I think it does matter, right? If it is self-defense or not, because I think it was. I mean,
Okay.
you don't threaten an officer's life like that and expect to get away, do you?
Who threatened an officer's life?
Renee Good.
Okay,
Maybe
what
we'll
is a
watch the
legal
same video,
standard
right?
that authorizes LEOs to shoot and kill people?
A reasonable imminent threat of their lives or others.
Yeah, a reasonable imminent threat to their lives or others. Now, according to the autopsy report, it was the third shot from Jonathan Ross's service pistol that killed Renee Good. But by that time, he was literally chasing her vehicle down. So at the time that third shot was released from his firearm, what was the reasonable imminent threat that Renee Good was purporting to anybody within her vicinity?
Well, at that time, she had already.
Why are you plugging your nose? You good?
Oh, what do you mean?
You're like,
What?
what are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, continue.
Well, yeah, I think it does matter because at the time she already.
Why is he doing this? Is this your way of trying to get out of the debate? Like, I know that you're a Trump supporter. I know that you support this guy. I think that you're just fucking getting pushed on your argument, right? Like, no, clearly, what Donald Trump has done to reduce undocumented entry has been a bad thing. Clearly, Renee Good was murdered. Clearly, the Trump administration is obstructing justice. Clearly, you're in the wrong. So now you're just gonna start plugging your nose to try to make a mockery of the argument?
I'm confused. No, Renee Good was not murdered.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you, okay?
Okay, why are you gonna do that?
You successfully trolled your way out of a debate. Thanks for the concession. Let's go to get the next guest connected for the very first 23.4 thousand people tuning in on TikTok. Thank you for being here. That Trump supporter literally trolled his way out of the debate, turned into Squidward after his views got pushed. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Thank you so much, Mass, for the future encounter. That is very kind of you. And for everybody who continues to tune into the live, thank you for being here as well, folks. Let's go ahead and at this moment in time, try to get that next guest connected to the stream so we can get the next debate rolling. Sam, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Very beautiful, Sam, but we're just looking for some debates today. 10 out of 10, though. I could tell that was going to be heat. Over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you for the very first donation of the day. Angie, who sent a $10 dono, who says, you give me hope for the future generation of males by being a role model for the youth. Thank you. Well, hey, Angie, thank you for the love. I really appreciate you for the $10. I try my best to be a role model. I try my best. I feel like I drop the ball frequently, but I try my best. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Jewel. Thank you for the $5 as well. It was not TPA, but just as dumb as TPA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Guys, we are looking for some serious political debates. We're looking for some serious political debates, everybody. Please only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a serious political debate. Kaylee W92123, do you support Trump? Kaylee W.
I did, but I'm not sure that I do too much anymore.
Oh, based. All right, sounds good. If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for if you'd vote at all?
If I was to vote now, based on what I've seen, everything with Trump, I think I would take the chance on Kamala.
Love that, Kaylee. We love to hear that. We love to hear that. We're looking for people that would give us the opposite answer, but we love to hear that. Mr. Munch, I guess I don't really know if you're Mr. or Mrs. But Munch, I appreciate you for the $20 donation on YouTube Super Chat. Thanks, Munch. Let's get 200 Munch W's. How kind of you. Munch with the 20 says, just secured my first 22-inch 10mm Cuban link, securing me as an affiliated member. Any advice on avoiding meatheads who think chain equals criminal? No, there is no advice. You are officially a gang member, Munch. Throwback to our conversation with somebody yesterday. That was so crazy. That was so crazy. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Thank you, gang member Munch, for the $20. I do really appreciate you. How kind. On Venmo, thank you, thank you so much for the $25 donation. That just came in 18 seconds ago. Show some love to A while we're looking for the next guest, everyone. A says, plugging their nose is a crazy way to get out of this. I know, that was a new strat. I've never seen that one before, admittedly. Show some love to A. What's up, Noah? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, are you a mop? Because I just got lost in the bob.
Okay, we're going to go to ban that person and move on to the next guest. Thank you, Riley, for the $15 dono, who says, Dean, I moved to GWU last week. I took a trip down to the Cannon building to ask my rep, Dan Muser, some questions. They kicked me out of their office, my own congressman's office. Yeah, that's pretty shitty, man. Sounds like you have a bad congressman. All right, we got a couple of people connected. User 2265729767301. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
18. 2007. I mean, 8, shit. 7.
That dude's lying. Jenny Christ, welcome in.
I'm so sorry, I'm from Germany and I would love to vote for Trump.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, listen, we usually don't debate people that are outside of America, but every so often I make an exception. And I'd like for you to be that exception today. Do you mind if I thank a couple people for their donations and then we'll hop into it?
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. I know.
So you're down to debate?
Well, I give my best.
Okay, let me thank a couple people for their donations, and then we'll hop into it. Mr. Hudson, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, I'm a vegan and would like to debate you. I'm Richard. I'm in the queue. No life deserves to end. Abortion is wrong. Oh, Richard, I'll have you up next. I will have you up next. You got it, Richard. Thank you so much for the $20. That is very kind of you. I don't know if I see you in the queue. Is your name Richie? Is that your name? Is your name Richie in the queue? Thank you for the $20. We will have you up next. Same thing to you, Ryan. Thank you for the $5. And Lucy, thank you for the $5. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Oh, that will be an interesting debate. A pro-life vegan. I feel like you don't find pro-life vegans too frequently anymore. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the love. Max with a $14 who says, Dean, I love you. Please be a dictator again today. Dude, listen, they yearn for dictatorship, Max. That is a bad thing. Thank you for the $14, oh man. Vani, V-A-N-I, thank you for the $15 donation who says, Dean, I've been watching since I lived with my abusive family, and now I have my own apartment with my 4 guinea pigs. That is so exciting, Vani. I love that for you. Good job. That is huge. Thank you for the love. We have 4 more to go, then we'll be ready for that debate. Rylan, thank you for the $14 donation as well. He says, what's up, Dean Day 4? How are you doing today? I'm feeling good today. I am. I appreciate you so much for the $14 donation, Rylan. Let's get 100 Rylan W's. Then 200 Joanne W's who sent a $20 dono who says, my daughter Hannah loves you and she's watching your live right now. Her school starts tomorrow. I was wondering if you could wish her good luck. Hannah, shout out to you. It seems like you have a great mom. Shout out to Joanne as well. Good luck starting school tomorrow. And thank you for the $20, Miss Joanne. Same thing to you, Allison. Thank you for the $10. I'm so happy that our live streams have been able to help you out. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $10. And why don't you go ahead and take it away, Janny? Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I'm praying for Donald J. Trump since 2015, when I was 25 years old, and because I understood that he is supporting good things like patriotism, putting his country on the first place, loving his country. It's not a crime to love his country. It's not a crime to be for closed borders, not be for open borders, but to close them.
Do you hope to immigrate to America one day?
No, only for illegal immigrants, for illegal.
I have a question. How do you know that Trump loves his country? Like, bro, you live on the other side of the world. How the hell do you know that Trump loves, his country?
Yeah, I compare him with our own politicians, and our own politicians, they doing a lot of things that hurt our country, you know?
Okay, so how do you know that Trump isn't hurting our country?
Well, it's you can compare, for example, you can compare Trump's policies with Poland, you know?
What do you know? What do you know about Trump's policies? What do you know about Trump's policies?
For example, they have 0 illegal immigrants. That's for sure. They have no.
That's actually not true.
Compared to Biden.
But they have significantly reduced undocumented entry. Did you listen to the last conversation I had with the last guest?
Oh no, sorry, I didn't. No.
Okay, just to be short, the reason why there's significantly less undocumented entry is because they're scared to enter, because we're like straight up like killing and torturing the undocumented immigrants who are here. That's a really bad thing.
You're doing what?
We're like killing and torturing some of the undocumented immigrants who are here. Like, we illegally deported 300 Venezuelan immigrants to a torture prison in El Salvador, where they were then beaten, tortured, and starved.
And you didn't do that before under Barack Obama?
Yeah, we didn't do that under Barack Obama, no.
No? That he deported many more
That's an entirely different point alone. Not is it misleading, but it's also just an entirely different point. I'd like you to respond to the last thing I said.
Well, then I have to confess that I didn't know that.
Yeah, bro. Go do your research before you make claims about the worst president in modern American history. Richard, welcome in.
Okay, Dean.
There's a very specific reason why I brought you up, Richie Rich. So you're a vegan who thinks abortion's wrong.
I do, and I made a video about it. Well, actually, I made a video demanding you to debate me.
You could calm down, Richard. You could calm down, Richard. Nobody demands me to do anything, except for my girlfriend. She could demand me to do things because I love her. Wow. Let's talk about it. I gotta know. So why are you a vegan that thinks abortion's wrong?
So it used to be a religious standpoint, but I am still vegan outside of the religious standpoint. And I just always, since I was little, I've had this thing for all lives, not just animals, but like it comes to even the fetus. I agree is a potential life.
All lives, every single one.
Every single one, even a fetus cow.
Do you consider yourself like Hitler then? Do you know how many microbial life forms you kill when you brush your teeth?
Dean, we're talking about bacteria. I'm talking about potential living beings that can have emotion, like not just animal lives. I'm not fighting for animal lives, but I'm fighting for future baby lives.
Do you think that like an ant, it's like wrong to kill an ant?
I personally don't kill ants, and
But do you think it's
and I know
wrong to
that's
kill ants?
not in a sense of an animal, but I don't advocate for it.
Okay, so ants, you don't, so so it's not wrong to kill an ant. So when does it become wrong to kill an animal?
Even as a like, I try
Wait,
to
you said that
compare.
you said that it's like wrong to kill a fetus cow?
Yes, even that, like, because that's not normal. No one goes to abort. Like, you have to think about it. Abortions don't happen towards animals. Why should it happen to humans as well?
Okay, well, the reason why like animals don't get abortions are for the same reason why animals don't pay taxes. They're not autonomous, intelligent beings. In a relevant sense, where they could volitionally choose to do something, to the sense that they would like choose to walk into a Planned Parenthood, sign their rights away, pay $500, lay down on the operating table, and ask the doctor to take the fetus out of their uterus.
Okay, so you tell me what makes an animal's life not morally okay to like.
Well,
So,
I'm actually not too interested in debating you on veganism because that's really pulling us a long way
Okay,
away from
so-
the live stream. But I
okay.
do want to debate you on abortion.
Okay, yeah, let's get to it.
So do you think that abortion should be illegal,
I don't think any stage of abortion should be legal.
even for the life of the mother?
There's extreme cases, but that's very like those are very low.
Should those be legal?
Those-
Should it be legal for a woman to get an abortion if there's a reasonable threat that the pregnancy will kill her?
If that's the only argument I would agree with. But
What about
other
rape
than that,
victims?
there is no argument telling me why
What about
abortion is
rape
okay.
victims? What about rape victims?
So you have to think about the. I know that it's a violation to the woman's body when she gets violated like that, and she should have. And I understand your argument about the choice, but that is a potential human life that is not that is there's no threat to the
thank you for
woman's
the
body
camera,
from the life.
Okay, so
There's
your
no
answer is that
threat.
no, it should be illegal for rape victims
She's not
too.
threatened by the baby.
Wow.
She's threatened by the person who did that to her.
Wow.
The
Do you
baby
know who?
did not.
Do you know who Lena Medina is?
I do not.
Elena Medina was a 5-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated, and she gave birth to a healthy baby. She's the youngest mother in recorded human history. Do you think that Lena Medina, a 5-year-old girl, should have been able to get an abortion?
I don't think so, but can you pull that up? I never heard about that before.
Look it up, Lena Medina. You're crazy. If you needed
Why?
my bodily resources to live, do you think that I should be forced to give them to you?
If I needed it,
Yeah.
yours?
Yeah, if you like needed my kidney. You need a kidney or you're going to die. I'm the only match on the face of planet Earth. I don't want to give you my kidney. Do you think that the government should be able to force me against my will to give you my kidney? Yes or no?
No.
Now, if you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that the rape victim should be forced into giving them to you?
I don't think that. I think that the
I
rape
just
was
want a
wrong.
yes,
The
or I
rape-
just want to know. If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that the rape victim should be forced into giving them to you?
No.
Okay, so then why, if a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to live, the rape victim should be forced into giving them to the fetus?
Because that's the potential. Like that's subjective to the fetus. The fetus did not choose to be put inside the victim's body.
Okay,
You're
and you
comparing
didn't
my
choose to
conscious
need the-
mind that
you know,
can
you-
choose that.
No, you're not choosing to need their bodily resources to live. You just simply do. Maybe it was a natural condition that made
Yeah,
your
it's
kidney
natural.
fail,
So
and
I
it just
know it's
happens
like
to be
it's-
by
it's
chance
unnatural
that the
to
only
rape.
match on the face of planet Earth would be that of the pregnant, would be that of the rape victim. So answer the question. If you don't think that a rape victim should be forced into giving you their bodily resources, given that you needed them to live and that's not something you chose, why should they be forced into providing them to the fetus?
I can answer that on a moral standpoint. I've lived my life. I do not need that. I can say it with a conscious mind that I don't need that. I've lived my life. If I needed that, I would just say, you know what, pull the plug. But a fetus cannot make that conscious decision to do that. Like, that's just an innocent potential life that has no choice in that. I'm sorry that she's a victim and she got raped, but that fetus just has no choice in it at all. They didn't choose to be planted in the body. I know what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's a potential human life. What makes it morally okay to end that life?
You're so lost, it's crazy. Okay, man, I'm going to do this one last time for you. If you don't respond to the question, I'm just going to kick you. So I asked you, if you don't think that the pregnant woman should have an obligation to maintain your life, why should they have an obligation to maintain the life of the fetus? The first thing that you said is, well, I've lived my life, the fetus hasn't. Okay, so if you were a baby, then would the rape victim have an obligation to give you their bodily resources against their will? The second thing that you said is, oh, well, the fetus is a valuable, innocent human being. Are you not a valuable human being?
But I have the consciousness to make that choice.
No, you're not making that choice to need their bodily resources to stay alive. You're not making that choice.
I'm saying that I can choose to end my life by not receiving those resources.
Oh yeah, let's assume that you were unconscious. You have the same capacity to make that choice as the fetus. Do you think that the rape victim should be forced into giving you their bodily resources against their will so you could live?
If I was unconscious, no. It's because then no.
Okay, even though you don't have the capacity to choose, just like the fetus. So then what's the difference?
I don't know how you grew up, but I've always seen it like just the innocence. That's the difference. Is that
Are you not? So if you were innocent, then would the rape victim have an obligation to give you their bodily resources against their will to save their life?
Innocent. No one is innocent.
No one is innocent. So then fetuses aren't innocent.
They're pure. Like they haven't been exposed
so
to anything.
So then someone is innocent.
But they haven't been too exposed.
By the way,
to
I actually reject that fetuses are innocent. Define the word innocent.
I feel like innocence comes with like the conception of like the compatibility to think rational. Like if you can come up with a rational way to be innocent, then you are innocent. You can't
define the word innocent.
I don't have the definition, Dean, for that.
Okay, so then when you say that the fetus is innocent, what the hell are you talking about?
Because it doesn't have a choice to be wrong or right.
Okay, do fire hydrants have the choice to do a good thing or a bad thing?
Fire hydrants don't have the potential to be human. Are fire hydrants
innocent?
Fire hydrants don't have the potential to be a human.
Okay, are dead bodies innocent because they're human and they don't have the ability to do good or bad?
They don't have... what? They don't have the potential to... It's not like they're Jesus. They can't resurrect and have that potential again. They're dead.
Okay. It doesn't matter because they're still human. And you just said that in order to be innocent, you have to be a human that doesn't have the ability to do good things or bad things.
A conscious human.
But listen, a conscious human? Okay, so then fetuses aren't innocent because they're not conscious.
What are the... Okay. You know what, Dean? Let me answer this real quick.
So you're going to pivot away from the fact that you still haven't come up with a good reason why a rape victim should not be able to force the government shouldn't be able to force a rape victim into giving you their bodily resources against their will. But you do think that the government should be able to force a rape victim to give a fetus their bodily resources against their will. You said the first difference between you and the fetus is that the fetus is a valuable human life. Okay, so are you? You said that the second difference was that they're innocent. Okay, so the question would be, if you were innocent, then would that rape victim have that obligation to give you their bodily resources against their will? Like, you haven't answered these pressing questions. I don't think that you could really point out any difference between 5-year-old Lena Medina being forced to give you her bodily resources to keep you alive, and as you would say, 5-year-old Lena Medina being forced into giving that fetus their bodily resources to save the life of the fetus. Because you think rape victims, no matter how young, and including 5-year-old Lena Medina, should be forced by the government to give their bodily resources against their will to a fetus to keep it alive. And I think that you're fucking disgusting for that.
No, I don't think that at all, Dean. I
yes,
think
you
you're
do.
putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm sorry. That's exactly what you think.
The grown man relying on the innocent girl and a fetus is a lot different, Dean.
What's the difference?
A lot different. I'm a grown man. I do not need to rely on a little girl to
Yeah,
live.
no.
That's a weird comparison.
You literally need her kidney to stay alive. Should she be forced into giving it to you? If you don't get her kidney, she'll die. You'll die.
That's me as an adult subjecting my life to a little girl. Of course, I'm going to
No.
choose the girl
You're
to
not
live.
subjecting anything. You're unconscious. You're about to die. You need this kidney. Okay. The question is, if the government forced 5-year-old Lena Medina to give you her bodily resources against her will, would the government be doing something wrong? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if the government forced Lena Medina against her will to give her bodily resources to a fetus, would the government be doing something wrong? Yes or no?
Yes, they would be.
Perfect. So then the government shouldn't be able to force 5-year-old Lena Medina to give her bodily resources to anybody. Therefore, 5-year-old Lena Medina should have legal access to rape. Not to rape. The rape victim, 5-year-old Lena Medina, should have legal access to abortion because she was raped and impregnated.
I think that's a hard argument to start off on. That's just, I never heard of the 5-year-old victim thing. I'm not saying it's not true, but that's so hard because that's least common. That's the least common.
I mean, all that.
How often do you hear
you're saying that you
5-year-olds
just do.
getting pregnant?
So you're saying that you just do agree that if a 5-year-old girl is raped and impregnated, that she should be able to get an abortion. What about a 6-year-old?
I think until the
What
age
about a
of
6-year-old?
15. I think until the age of
Wait.
15.
So if a 14-year-old girl is raped and impregnated, she should be able to get an abortion. But if a 15-year-old girl is raped and impregnated, she should not be able to get an abortion.
It's okay. It depends. There's an age gap between around, I think, 11 to
So what happens?
16.
What
where
happens
puberty
in
hits
between?
for girls? So anywhere between whenever a girl hits the puberty where she is able to have that, whatever she should be able to. What are you looking at?
A girl needs to go through puberty in order to have the ability to get pregnant. Because 5-year-old Lena Medina got pregnant, that means that she started precocious puberty at the age of 5, which is a fact.
A fact.
You can't get
Okay, you know
pregnant
what?
as a female unless you start going through puberty.
Okay, Dean, I see what you mean. Okay, but I'm my question to you never answered.
I
What
don't
makes
want you to ask me a question. I want you to answer mine.
Okay,
At what
agree with
age?
you.
At what age does abortion become wrong for rape victims?
you know what? 18 when they're an adult, when they make that when that choice when they're an adult. 18. When you're a minor, you should be able to get one
Why?
because you're a minor.
Why? Why does that matter?
Because minors don't have the capacity to be an adult parent like an adult could be. Like they have school, they got all these responsibilities that are blocking that issue. When
So if
you're
an
an adult,
18-year-old is in school and they're raped and impregnated, they should be able to get an abortion?
18-year-olds have a lot more loopholes, Dean.
Are you going to answer the question?
If they're in school, no.
Okay. They should not be able to get that abortion?
They should be able to get the abortion if they're in
Okay.
school.
Now what about if a 13-year-old girl is not in school and she's raped and impregnated? Should she not be able to get that abortion?
She should be because she's 13.
Okay, but you said that the reason why that age matters is because they'd be in school. But it's being stipulated that this 13-year-old girl is not in school.
But I mentioned that the legality of being an adult. You should
Wait,
not be able to.
so you think that a woman's access to basic reproductive health care after being brutally raped hinges on an arbitrary social construct related to if they're in school or not relative to their age?
They have to be out of school. They have to be old enough to have a job, a full-time job, and be able to
Okay.
once
So
they're in
so
that-
you think that a woman's access to basic reproductive health care after they've been raped hinges on if they're employed or not?
if she's stable enough to be a parent, she has no reason to abort that child. That's an innocent child.
No
that she has
reason to abort that child? Wait, you're saying that rape victims, if they have money, have no reason to abort that child? That's clearly fucking false. They have bodily reasons to abort that child. They don't want the pregnancy. They don't want the childbirth. They don't want the mental and physical anguish and turmoil. Okay? They have emotional reasons to abort that child. They don't want to deal with all the emotional turmoil surrounding pregnancy, childbirth, and parenthood. They have financial reasons to abort that child because even if they have money, they still have to spend a shit ton of money on that birth and on that child. They have relational reasons to abort that child. Maybe they want to start a relationship with somebody that they love and have a kid with somebody not they love, not somebody that raped them when they were a kid. Okay. They have career oriented reasons to abort that child. Maybe if they I have to give birth to this child. They won't be able to get that promotion at work and work 45 hours a week to start working up the corporate ladder. They have educational reasons to abort that child. Maybe they want to go to university, but if they have to deal with that pregnancy, then they won't be able to go to university. There are like infinite reasons for rape victims to abort that child. Infinite reasons. So when you say that they'd have no reason to get that abortion, you're just wrong. Dead wrong.
If you're saying all these things that are backed up, like, oh, you have a child with a loved one or school or this, like, adoption's always a thing, Dean. You do know that,
but
right?
adoption is actually not an alternative to pregnancy and childbirth.
But you don't have to
Come
live
on,
that
bro.
child, though.
Come on, bro. It's not. Do you think that adoption is an alternative to pregnancy and childbirth?
We can do the woman a favor by helping her give it up.
Oh, we're doing
to
rape victims a
adoption.
favor by denying them access to
If she can do the
abortion?
favor of burying the human life.
Why should she have an obligation to do that favor? Why should she have an obligation to do that favor? Why?
Because she's burying a human life.
And why should she have to keep that human life in her uterus?
It's unfortunate, but she's burying a human life.
And
Dean.
why should she have to keep that life in her uterus?
Because imagine if you were the life and you were the
just
life.
Imagine if you were the life in the uterus. Me. Oh, if she aborted you, then you wouldn't be here today, Dean. Yeah, and if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here today. Okay? Do you think it should be illegal for men to pull out?
No.
Oh, but if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here today. So you only think that we should criminalize things that women do that could prevent my future existence, not criminalizing things that men could do to prevent my future existence.
What's your point, Dean?
My point is that it sounds pretty sexist.
What's your whole initial point, Dean? What are you trying to teach me right now, though?
Oh, I'm trying to teach you that you have absolutely no reason to hold to the beliefs that you do, but these beliefs, if implemented as a legislation in the country, as they have in 10 over 50 states, lead to pregnant rape victims being denied access to abortion, which I think is a grave moral wrongdoing.
Okay. Can you see my reasoning why my beliefs on abortion are compatible with my beliefs on veganism?
I don't see your reasoning for any belief in what you hold. You just said, oh, well, she shouldn't be able to get that abortion because it's an innocent human life. But then you actually rejected that it's innocent by rejecting that it's conscious because you define a prerequisite of innocence to be consciousness. And then you just said, oh, well, it has an entitlement to the woman's bodily resources because it's a valuable life. Okay, well, you're a valuable life and you wouldn't have an entitlement to that woman's bodily resources given that you need them to live. So why would the fetus have that entitlement? No, I really haven't seen your reasoning for anything. Either your reasoning has been really lackluster in the sense that you haven't given much, or your reasoning has been literally contradictory in the sense that you have contradicted prior reasons that you've granted yourself.
So let me ask you something real quick. If I was to do as many research as you did, because you have all these comebacks, you know yet you're cornering me right now. How about this? 10 days. I'm going to be a lot more clear-headed. I'll send you whatever money I need to. 10 days. I will be back, Dean. And it's going to be a lot better.
Okay. All right, bro.
Can we make a
talking,
deal? I'll send you
yeah.
$20 and you add me back.
Yeah, bro. Talking 10 days. Sounds good.
10 days, okay, Dean?
Yeah.
I will see you in 10 days, you
What is-
motherfucker.
10 days. It's 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so it's going to be September the 3rd. Let's do September the 4th, okay?
Okay, September the 4th, I will be a lot more educated and I'm going to Dean, I know how I want to word it, but I just can't word it right now. You're cornering me. I will be prepared. I'll see you the 4th.
Sounds good. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Huge shout out to MM. I appreciate you so much for the $20 and thank you for clarifying that blunder. Thank you so much, MM. Let's get 200 MMWs. Thank you for supporting the work that we do. I know that you're always watching the stream. I'm very grateful for you, MM. Same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Joseph. Let's get 100 Joseph W's. Good to see you today, my friend. Astro, thank you for the $20, who says, my son absolutely loves your streams and he begged me to send a little donation. He is a sweetheart and wants to be like you when he grows up. Thank you for being my son's role model. I couldn't ask for a better one. Oh, that is so awesome, Astro. Astro's son, you are great. Thank you so much for being here. And Astro, you sound just like a phenomenal parent. Thank you both. Same thing to you, Riley. Thank you so much for the $15. Good for you, Riley. Hell yeah. Get kicked out of his office more. We love that. Thank you. Alexandria, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. I did see what happened to Jank Lang. Thank you, Sarah, for the $5 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you, Amber, for the $5. Who says, thank you for being a voice for women. I just try to be a voice for common sense because so many fucking people lack it. Thank you as well, Lucas, for the $5 as well. I appreciate you, Lucas. And with all that being said, we're caught up on Venmo for now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, David?
First of all, I just want to say no uterus, no opinion. Second of all,
I'm going to go and take that as a no, I do not support Trump based. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Emmy Smith 728 loading up inside of the queue. Thank you, Sophia, for the $20 donation on PayPal. You says, hey, Dean, things have been tough for me recently, but seeing you in live always makes me happy. Sophia, I'm sorry that things have been tough recently, but I'm so happy that the live streams could cheer you up. I always love hearing from people that these streams cheer them up because that's exactly what I want them to do. You are awesome. Thank you for the $20. And Malachi, thank you for that galaxy. Shout out to you as well, Amanda, Adrian, and Jan for the $5 respectively. Rhinestone, thank you for the 5. Amanda, thank you for the 5. Jeremiah, thank you for the 5. And Riley, thank you for the 5. I appreciate y'all. And then Hannah, thank you for the $14. Who says, I'm listening to you while I'm doing classes right now. It's my first first day of college, and it's terrifying. But Loki, thank you for all that you do. You're amazing. Well, Hannah, hey, listen, thank you for the $14. Good luck on your first year of college. I remember my first day of my first year of college. That was also super terrifying. But don't worry, it'll end up being one of the most exciting and fun times of your life. Mark, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Mark's not here. Welcome in. Lynn, do you support Trump? Lynn's not here. Welcome in. Jake. Jake, do you support Trump? Jake's not here. Thank you as well. Huge shout out to Kayla. Holy fucking shit. Kayla, thank you so much for the $74 donation on PayPal. That is very kind of you, Kayla. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much. I want to see 700 Kayla W's down below in that chat. That is a massive, massive, massive donation. I don't deserve that much love. You are phenomenal. Now, Kayla's message starts off by saying, hi, Dean, don't read this out loud. So I'm going to keep your message to myself, Kayla. Just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Kayla down below. And I'm sorry, Kayla. I hope that doesn't come back to you. Thank you for the $74. Thank you so much. Show some love to Kayla. Let's get 700 Kayla W's. Richie, can I get a quick W Kayla from you?
Yeah, W Kayla, honestly.
Yeah,
W Kayla.
That was crazy, dude. Thank you, Kayla. Alrighty. Do you support Trump, Richie?
I do.
Richie, that's terrible, dude. He's the worst president of your life. There's just no way in hell that you should be supporting a violent sex offender who wants to kill his political opponents and has destroyed our economy.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what your chat accused me of being last time I was up here. I got comments on my profile and people contacting my family, telling them I'm a rapist.
What did you say?
What
did you say, Richie?
I didn't say anything crazy, actually, believe it or not.
Okay.
I actually got removed because everybody thought I was 17. I'm 19, okay. Not 17.
Well, please don't raid this guest's account. Why do you support the violent sex offenders president?
I mean, it's more like I'm just anti-left after witnessing so many things like that.
Like what?
Like people accusing me of rape and like threatening to kill me and like threatening to dox me and like telling me to kill myself and everything. You know, it's pretty.
So you had like a couple people in your DMs being jackasses, and then you're like, oh yeah, therefore I have to support Trump as president.
I had 80 comments on my account.
How many Americans are there?
330 million roughly. Or that
yeah. And how many people in America are on the left, and how many people in America are on the right?
Okay, so say there's 30,000 people.
Like 100 million people on the left, 100 million people on the right.
That's 1 in 1,000 people on the left.
One second, Richie. 1 second. So there's over 100 million people on the left, over 100 million people on the right. When you have such large sample sizes of any demographic, some of them are going to be really fucked up people. There are Republicans who are rapists. There are Republicans who are pedophiles. There are Republicans who are dark, sick, and twisted. There are Democrats who are rapists. There are Democrats who are pedophiles. And there are Democrats who are dark, sick, and twisted. There are Republicans who are felons. There are Republicans who are abusers. And there are Republicans who are kidnappers. There are Democrats who are felons. There are Democrats who are abusers. And there are Democrats who are kidnappers. So it shouldn't shock you nor anybody that there are going to be some people either on the left or the right, okay, that are really bad people. Rather, the question that you should be asking yourself is, well, on which side do bad people exist to a higher propensity, A, and which side actually makes these bad people their elected representatives, B? Okay? So I understand that some people on the left are super fucked up. I've seen it myself, man. But I think that super fucked up people have a higher propensity to be on the right. And we know that the right are also willing to make those super fucked up people their leaders, or else we wouldn't have an adjudicated rapist as president.
See, I just think when there's 30,000 people in the stream and I get 30 DMs and 80 comments on my account, that's over 100 out of the 30,000, which blow that up to the statistics.
How do you know that you wouldn't have gotten more
average
DMs if you
Democrat.
were on the left debating against somebody on the right with 30,000 viewers?
I might have.
Okay. So then that in of its own is not an argument for why you support the right. Also, you're really hypocritical. You're really hypocritical because if you're telling me that, oh, like people have told you to like unalive yourself, falsely accused you of bad things, okay, and that explains why you support the guy who told Democrats to unalive themselves, called for the execution of Democrats in Congress, and has spent the last 10 years falsely
to unalive themselves.
Oh, yeah. Well, he specifically said that
Can
he
you
wanted to
show me
unalive them on Truth Social like 4 months ago when he said he wanted to hang Democrats in Congress.
He said what they did was tyranny and that's a hangable offense, and I think he was wrong.
So he said what they did was sedition.
But-
Then he said sedition's punishable by death, and then he said hang them. And you support this guy as president?
I support
And the
him,
reason
like,
why
if
you
the
support this guy as
election was
president
today,
is because
and I
some
had
random
to vote,
idiot on the
it would
internet
be-
said something similar to you in your DMs. So just to be clear, you're saying that you support the guy as president who wants to execute his political opponents because some random 14-year-old on the internet on the left said that they wanted to
I'm
execute
not
you in
even
your
a massive
DMs.
Trump supporter. I'm not even a massive Trump supporter. Like, I think he does a lot of things that are kind of.
I have a question. Can you read off the sentence on the top of my head?
How do you still support Trump? Yeah.
Uh-huh. And
How?
what's the argument?
Because I think that he was a better option than Kamala.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess the DMs just went straight out the window. That's funny. Why do you think he was a better option than Harris?
I mean, at the time, Kamala had a very short run. She hadn't shown a lot of promise. She seemed very iffy during her campaign trail.
So you would say that she promised less than Donald Trump in the sense of policy?
No, I'm saying she didn't seem like a very promising candidate.
Why?
Like, she didn't.
Why did she seem like a less promising candidate than the literal wannabe dictator rapist? I think it's nearly impossible to be less of a promising candidate than the literal wannabe dictator rapist. But go ahead and give the argument that Kamala Harris is that.
Well, I mean, I'm never gonna give the argument that Kamala Harris is a wannabe dictator rapist.
No. That Kamala Harris was a less promising candidate than the
less
literal
promising
wannabe
candidate?
dictator rapist.
Yeah, she had like no time. She seemed kind of drunk at a lot of her conferences, but like
She seemed kind of drunk. Okay, so yeah, this
She
is
seemed
this
pretty
is
drunk.
by the way,
She
for
was quite
everybody
drunk.
watching, this is
I
as
mean,
deep
like,
as the MAGA paradigm goes.
see-
They'll see Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats. They'll see Donald Trump raping women. They'll see Donald Trump defending and protecting the predators in the Epstein files. They'll see Donald Trump destroying the economy. They'll see Donald Trump starting new wars. They'll see Donald Trump defunding USAID, which is projected to kill upwards of 14 million people across the globe over the course of the next 4 years. And then let's say Kamala Harris, the person that ran on tax cuts for the working class, the person that ran on expansions to healthcare, the person that ran on no new wars, the person that ran on actually bringing industry back to America the same way she did under Biden, was a worse candidate because, quote unquote, she seemed kind of drunk on the campaign trail. Like, this is ludicrous. I think that you need to grow a spine and make up your mind and use your rational faculties to include better practices of discernment when you're articulating why you think that Kamala Harris would have been a worse option. Like, this is crazy. Like, I don't even know how to interact with this. She seemed kind of drunk. Okay, can you prove it? And then once you're done proving that she was at least drunk once on the campaign trail, that is somehow worse than every single thing I just said?
She wasn't breathalyzed. There was plenty of times that she wasn't seeming too sober.
Okay, prove it.
Yeah, let me go back in time and breathalyze her. You got a time.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, you
Like,
can't prove
what?
it. So you are using
Oh,
a
I can't
non-falsifiable
beyond
hypothesis
the reasonable
that you
doubt.
cannot give evidence for to justify your claim that the wannabe dictator rapist should be president. I just want to clarify. Is that where we're at, Richie?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm being.
You're
shown
using
all
a
the comments on my account right
non-falsifiable hypothesis that you cannot give evidence for in order to justify the wannabe dictator rapist as president, correct?
now. If that's how you want to strawman it, sure.
Perfect. How's that a straw man?
You're kind of just like reducing my argument to like a single sentence that makes it seem like
was I false in
morally
saying?
horrific.
Was I false in saying
you're
that you're
making-
arguing that a non-falsifiable hypothesis that you can't give evidence for is a reason why you support Trump? Like specifically, what I'm calling a non-falsifiable hypothesis that you can't give evidence for was your claim that she was a less promising candidate because she seemed kind of drunk on the campaign trail.
Honestly, if Joe Biden
Is that your argument, or is your
I know you
argument
agree
that
with it.
you support Trump because Kamala Harris was a less promising candidate due to the
That's
fact
not
that
the
she seemed
only
kind of drunk on the
reason.
campaign trail?
Like people don't have one reason for.
Okay.
things,
So
you
then,
know,
to be
that I'm
clear,
not
your first reason for supporting Donald Trump as president, the wannabe dictator
that was the
rapist,
first one I gave
is
you.
a non-falsifiable hypothesis that you can't give evidence for. Correct?
Yes, that was the first one I gave you.
Okay. So why should we count non-falsifiable hypotheses that you can't give evidence for as good reason to support a rapist as president?
You don't have to count it if you don't want to. We can
Okay,
move
so we
on.
should just move on. Let's go ahead and just
I guess
crumple
so.
that one up into a little ball,
Yeah,
throw it
sure.
out the window, and move on to
Yep.
the next claim. Go ahead.
All right. Honestly, maybe if I know you agree with this, so like it's more of a statement. If Joe Biden hadn't ran for so long and had just let her run, maybe there would have been a higher chance. I don't know. Like I just think that there wasn't enough time to see enough.
To see what
her kind of
specifically?
being, like, I just didn't like her optics. Her optics were terrible.
What
Do you
about her
disagree that
optics?
were
What about
terrible?
her optics?
There was a lot of like 3 different accents going on.
Okay, so because she code
being-
switched,
being
she
drunk
therefore
at least
would have been a
once,
worse
At
president.
least once.
Okay, prove that.
The one time, bro. Okay, you've seen the video of the there's that one. Like I can't like.
Okay, perfect. You
Come
can't prove it, so
on.
we're right back to the non-falsifiable
Come
hypothesis.
on.
This is MAGA. You guys are fucking idiots. I'm sorry. You're actually a fucking idiot. Like, should I take you seriously?
Okay,
Like convince me that I should take you seriously. You're like, oh, I think that she was drunk with no evidence. Therefore, I'm going to endorse the guy that gave us the worst jobs report in 20 years. Therefore, I'm going to endorse the guy that's calling for the execution of his political opponents. Therefore, I'm going to endorse the guy that has either threatened to infringe on or actually has infringed on 7 of the amendments of our Constitution in 2 articles in the last year and a half. Therefore, I'm going to endorse the guy that did J6. Therefore, I'm going to endorse the guy that is causing 14 million people to die over the course of the next 4 years. Therefore, I'm going to endorse the guy that started the needless war of choice in Iran that's killed 186 girls, that disrupted global supply trades, skyrocketed the price of gas the most in a month since the Vietnam War. It has now put our oil reserves at the lowest level since 1986, leaving us with only 43 days of remaining oil in the strategic reserves. Because you think that she was drunk, but you can't prove it. I think that I'm not done speaking. I think that reality matters a little bit more than that. I think that our country matters a little bit more than that. I think that people matter a little bit more than that. You're not a serious political interlocutor. You are just a dumb, entitled young man, okay, with privilege that you don't recognize, who wants to just kind of go all willy-nilly when faced with the facts and discern them terribly to the extent that you accept the worst president in modern American history because of a feeling that you have about the candidate he ran against that A, has nothing to do with the policy she ran on, and B, you can't prove it either.
Okay, so that was a really good ad hominem, Dean. I'm proud of you.
Prove that was an ad
Kamala was
hominem?
very, yeah, when you told me I was a very dumb, entitled young man, that might be the biggest ad hominem possible. That's like just
Define
a direct
ad hominem?
the personal attack instead
No,
of
an ad
actual-
hominem is not just a personal attack. An ad hominem is when you attack
it's-
somebody's character in an attempt to discredit their argument. I attacked your character and then
That's
I
exactly what
discredited
you
your
did.
argument by naming 2 points. No, the reason why that's not what I did is because
Okay,
after I
so why'd
called you
you call me-
exactly
so
what you
why-
are,
so why did you
then
call
I
me that?
went on to
So why'd you
articulate
call
the
me
2
that?
because it's important
'cause
for
you're
us.
an asshole then?
It's important for us to be virtuous, and virtue is truth. Okay. But then I went on to actually dispute your argument by giving you 2 points. Those 2 points
so after your ad
concerning
hominem, you
your
gave me
lack of
2
an ability
points.
to be humble when faced with reality due to the fact that you are telling us that all of these things are justified due to a feeling that you had about the candidate that he ran against that had nothing to do with their policy and you can't prove it. That was the thing that undercut the substance of your position through genuine debate. Stop baselessly accusing me of logical fallacies that A, you don't understand, and B, I didn't engage in.
So after you ad hominem to me, you gave 2 points, but you led with.
I
ad
just
hominem.
explained to you how I didn't ad
You just-
hominem you.
you
Can
did
you
just
please
explain
respond
that,
to
and
the
you said-
explanation of how I did not ad
and-
hominem you?
So yeah, you said. So I said that you were a dumb, entitled young man, and then I gave you 2 points.
Yeah.
That doesn't negate from it at all. You're making
It does.
You're infantilizing me.
Okay.
Are you not?
So A, that's not what infantilization is. And B, to repeat what an ad hominem is for a second time, an ad hominem is when you dispute somebody's character to undercut their argument. I didn't dispute your character to undercut your argument. I disputed your character so everybody watching is clear on the type of man you are. And then I undercut your argument by giving you 3 good points contrary to your point. The first
So you
point
attacked
being
my character
all of the
to be
bad
an
things that
asshole,
Donald Trump
is
has
what you're telling
done. The second point being the fact that this is just merely a feeling that you hold against the candidate that he ran against that is non-falsifiable, has nothing to do with their policy, and has no evidence for it.
I'm confused how, like, you'd still ad hominem me, Dean. Why are you attacking my character?
Can you
Even if
please
it's not
repeat
ad
the
hominem, why are you
explanation
attacking
that
my
I just
character?
gave you for why it wasn't an ad
You're
hominem
basically
attack?
attacking my character. Why
Could
are
you please
calling me a
repeat the
moron?
explanation that I just gave you insofar as why it's not an ad hom?
Okay, so you explained that it's not an ad hominem because you said, I said that you were a young, dumb idiot, and then I said 2 points. And that's not ad hominem because that's actually, like, I gave you 2 points after I called you a young, dumb moron.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like you're tracking. This is my 4th and final time repeating why that wasn't an ad hom. An ad hom is when you attack somebody's character to dispute their argument. I did not attack your character to dispute your argument.
So you just
I just
attacked my
told you the
character
truth
for
about the
fun.
type of man that you are, and then I disputed your argument with 3 valid points.
Do you have irrefutable?
So do you admit that that was not an ad hom?
Do you have irrefutable proof?
Do you admit that that wasn't an ad hom?
I guess so, but I don't.
Okay, so
I'm
thank
not
you for
gonna-
admitting that that wasn't an ad hom.
Okay,
Now go
I'll
ahead and
admit it's
respond
not
to the
an ad hom, but
substance
I'm
of the
not gonna step
position.
back on the disrespect. I'm not gonna step back on the disrespect though. That's
I
just like
know.
insanely disrespectful.
Yeah. And but unless Donald Trump is disrespecting you when he's like destroying the economy, you know,
never
reducing
directly
jobs,
disrespected me as a
increasing
person.
inflation. Oh, okay. So I want to
never
clarify
personally
that increasing
disrespected
gas
me.
prices, making you pay more for the basic essentials to live because he wants to put more money in his pockets and the pockets of other members of the ultra elite, is not disrespecting you, the average American. I think that is.
I think that you directly to my face, or not to my face, over the internet here, calling me a young dumb moron is
I'm sorry. I'm going to tell the
that's more
truth, man.
disrespectful directly.
I'm
to me,
sorry. I'm
yeah.
sorry if the truth is disrespectful. Sometimes it is, but that's what you are,
So
bro.
you can prove I'm a moron? How can you prove I'm a moron?
Yeah, sure, because you told us you support Trump, the guy that's like killing millions of people
So what's the
across the globe
definition
over
of
the
a
course of the
moron?
next 4 years,
What's
due to
the
the
definition of
fact
a moron?
that you just have this feeling that the person that he ran against was drunk, but you can't prove it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that makes you a moron. Like, this is something that you could like choose to change by just engaging in like, you know, rational thought processes. But yeah, that makes you stupid.
Okay, I see, Dean. So I'm just a moron, I guess.
Yeah, yes.
Moron.
Yes, you
Sorry,
could choose to
everyone.
change that, but that yes, it's what you are. Yeah.
I just think that's
Gosh, thank
false.
you,
I think you're just being an asshole at this point, Dean. Not gonna lie.
Okay, I don't think I'm being an asshole. I think I'm being honest.
You don't see that how that's like a kind of like dickhead thing to say.
I
Like,
don't,
if
I
I
don't care if
look at
I don't care if
You're
honesty
ugly.
hurts. It's
You're an ugly
it's
piece
what
of shit,
honesty
Dean.
is.
Fuck you. Like no, that's like
Well,
that's
the reason why that'd be false to say is because I'm not ugly as shit.
Here, and you're just being directly disrespectful.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not a
sorry.
moron.
I'm sorry if you feel
I'm not a
disrespected by the evident truth. I mean, listen, I just got a $13 donation on PayPal from PETA. That is PETA. PETA with a $13 says, as an Australian young woman, thank you for everything that you do. That's very kind of you, PETA. Let's get 300 PETA W's down below in that comment section. But would you like me to send you that $13 so you could take it, go to Target, get a box of Kleenex to cry about it?
That would be awesome. Can you actually send me $13?
Yeah, if you could actually send me a receipt for the Kleenex that you're going to cry in. Yeah.
I literally will. I'll send you a video of me crying in it too. I swear.
Right. But once
I'm
again,
not
I'm not willing to back down off of what I called you because it's true. Like I want to
can't
clarify
actually
it.
prove that though. You're using one thing I said.
I already gave you the proof for it.
to say I'm a moron.
The sufficient evidence that proves you are a moron is as follows. Okay? You overlook all of the horrendously bad things Trump is doing, ranging from abridging our Constitution, endorsing the state-sanctioned execution of citizens, destroying the economy, starting a new war, killing hundreds of children, because you think the woman he ran against was drunk on the campaign trail. A, you admitted you don't have any evidence for this. B, you admitted that was a non-falsifiable hypothesis that there's no way you could have evidence for.
And then I
And
said, let's
C,
attack it.
that has nothing to do with her policy. That is the sufficient evidence
give you
which
something
I
that has to do
possess
with her
to
policy?
prove you are a moron.
Can I prove I'm not a moron and give you something with evidence that proves that she's inauthentic and is something actually about policy?
Name one policy that Kamala Harris ran on that you disagreed with.
I'm not going to name one that I exactly disagreed with because she was flip-flopping on this. She ran 2 ads in 2 different counties, one in Michigan.
No.
one in Cleveland.
Name
Yes.
one policy that she ran on
So you're gonna
that you
you're gonna
disagree
railroad
with.
me and not let me speak here now.
I asked
that-
you a specific question. I want to know the responses.
And I've been trying to get this point out for like 5 minutes, and then you called me a moron, and I had to like tell you not to call me a moron.
I just want to know what
That's
policy she ran on
debate.
that you disagree with. That's all.
I think the way that she ran on the Israel-Gaza conflict was very disingenuous.
Oh, true. Me too. I also think that was terrible. I'm pro-Palestinian, and she's pro-Israel. But if you disagree with that policy for that same reason, and if you disagree with that policy for the same reason that she was
for Palestine.
No. She never ran
Yes,
an
she
ad
did.
saying that she was for Hamas. That would have been political
Or not for
suicide for
Hamas.
her.
Not for Hamas. Sorry, for pro-Palestine.
No. That also just would have been the end of her career in the establishment. She's an establishment liberal. I don't have that much faith in Kamala Harris. Give us evidence that she ran on pro-Palestinian ads. Listen. Like I could admit that she had a terrible position on Israel. She definitely didn't run pro-Palestinian ads. I wish that she was pro-Palestinian. I wish that what you're saying is true, but it's
She
not.
said in the ad, it said like she's gonna stand up against Israel. It's literally reported
Show
on by
us the ad.
NBC. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find the exact ad. I'm looking at the NBC article right now. Oh, you need to pay for NBC, bruh. I hate all these news people, bruh. Trying to take my money. Here it is. It was YouTube ads. And it was Dearborn specifically, like the most
So I want you to show us the ad. Where can I
Okay.
find the ad?
Kamala Palestine ad Dearborn. Like, what is this thing scrubbed off the internet? I've seen it before.
Yeah, by the way, guys, this is a thing that justifies having a president that's destroyed the economy, funded Israel more than any other president in modern American history, started a war in their name, kills children overseas,
Kamala
and
would've
funds
done the same
USAID killing millions. Kamala Harris wouldn't have done the same thing. Not only do we know that because she said she wouldn't have started this war, but we also know that because although Democrats in modern American history have been pro-Israel, every single one of them has not been willing to directly go to war in the name of Israel. Obama did this when he signed the JCPOA agreement with Iran, which Israel protested. Biden did this, and Harris did this when they refused to go to war with Hezbollah after Israel gave them false intel. We know for these reasons that you have no justification for the claim that Kamala Harris would have started this war given that she was president today. I completely expect you to ignore everything that I just said because you are not an individual that discerns truth. You're a moron with talking points.
No, I honestly understand why you dislike Trump. Like, I understand why people dislike Trump. Like I said earlier, I'm not the biggest Trump fan. But at the same time, I just think he was a better option.
Notice how I absolutely
If the-
precogged
if,
exactly what he was
if the
going to
election
do.
today- if
He
the
made a
election was
claim that
today, I would
Kamala
do
Harris
this.
was going to start the new war in Iran. I gave him 3 damning reasons why that claim was false. I then, at the end of those
When did she
reasons,
say
state
she
that he
wouldn't?
will not respond,
When
and
did
then
she
he
say she
doesn't
wouldn't?
respond.
When did she say she wouldn't?
Yeah, she put an ad out, or
Start the
more
war.
so a post on her social media after Trump started the war, saying that it was a needless war of choice that shouldn't have ever happened.
Okay, that's after he started it. It's so easy to do that for like the optics and just saying, "Yep, I
Okay,
wouldn't."
so
have
now
done
your
that.
new claim is that she's just saying that for optics, but if she was
Yes,
president, she would
absolutely.
have started the war. What's the
Yes.
evidence for the claim?
She might have ran on no new wars, but Trump ran on the same thing, and they both are very pro-Israel. They both would have gotten talked into it by Israel.
Okay, so the claim is that because she's pro-Israel, she would have been talked into it by Israel.
Yes,
My counter
yes,
evidence
and-
is that was not true for Biden and Kamala Harris under Biden, as well as Obama. We have evidence to indicate that all Democratic presidents in modern American history, although they're pro-Israel, were unwilling to directly go to war in the name of Israel, such as Obama and Iran, Biden and Harris with Hezbollah.
Okay, Obama might have not been bombing Iran. Iran, but who else was he bombing? Literally everyone else.
And this is a straw man argument
how
that
many-
you're
how
making
many-
just because of the continuation of American imperialism
That's not- how's that a
overseas
straw man?
as it would relate to Obama and his terrible foreign policy.
That's a direct response.
This does not respond to the fact that he was unwilling to directly go to war in another country in the name of Israel.
He was willing to stand for the war that was started for Israel. He didn't put an end to the Afghanistan war. That was like largely our involvement in the Middle East was largely for Israel, especially like 10
Okay,
years.
A,
in.
I
Once bin
don't.
Laden was dead. Once bin Laden was dead.
So A, you're just saying that he was unwilling to put an end to the war that continued. Okay, well, it seems like Kamala Harris was. Her administration did that with Biden.
Yeah, that went great.
Yeah, Biden and Harris were unironically the two most
that pullout went
anti-war
great.
president and VP in modern American history, by the way. They were still pro-Israel. Like, they were still pro-Israel. They didn't give a fuck about what Israel's doing to Palestine. But in contrast to Trump, Obama, and Bush, they were relatively the most anti-war admin in modern American history. They pulled out of the war in Afghanistan. They refused to go to war in Iran. They refused to go to war with Hezbollah. In fact, if you have an argument to make that anybody was not going to go to war for Israel, given that they were president, in modern American history, out of all of the presidencies that we've seen, that would have been Biden and Kamala Harris.
Were we not launching strikes at Hezbollah under Biden?
I'm sure that either we or our proxies were, but we didn't go to direct war with them per the request of Israel.
I mean, we're not technically in direct war with Iran. Have we declared war on them?
So I don't think
Like,
that a
that
declaration
logic.
of war of Congress is required for a direct war.
Yeah, I think that continuously firing strikes at Hezbollah is like possibly, able to be considered a war.
Okay,
at the beginning of a war.
name one scholar that agrees with you, please.
I don't know.
None? Okay. So you're giving me an idiosyncratic reading of what war is to justify a shitty claim that you made to pivot from why you support Trump? Good boy, you suck at this.
I guess so, Dean. I guess. Like, shit, bro.
What's your favorite Trump policy? Because keep in mind, you've been on the live stream for 40 minutes and you still haven't named one thing Trump has done that you agree with.
Anti-illegal immigration. I think illegal immigration is bad.
So you support his mass deportation?
In part.
Okay. Name one way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has materially benefited America over the course of the last year and a half.
The same way that when Obama was deporting people, it benefited the country.
What was the benefit from Trump?
The criminals that have gotten out is the benefit, but I think that the.
So you're just saying that so when you say criminals, do you just mean all undocumented immigrants?
No, I'm not one of those people.
So then
That's
who
not me.
specifically are you referring to, please?
People either A, convicted of a crime, or B, in a sanctuary city who are kind of like let off on a crime. There's plenty
Okay,
of
so
situations where
undocumented
it's
immigrants with bad crimes on their records?
Yeah.
Okay. So under
Or, like,
Obama,
pretty much
upwards of
any
25% of the
opposite.
deportations were of undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records. That trend continued under Biden and Harris because they put a specific focus on those with bad crimes on their records. Today under Trump, that number has dropped to below 3% according to Homeland Security data because instead of specifically focusing on undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records, they've recentered the focus to every undocumented immigrant, even those that are completely innocent, including unaccompanied minor children. So if you think that the benefit has been more undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records deported, that claim would be statistically false. There's been less undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records that have been deported.
Is that by percent or by like raw number?
That's going to be by percent, and then by percent you could extrapolate the raw number.
That's reasonable, and we still have another like 2.5 years of Trump.
Okay, but as it stands, there hasn't been a material benefit to the United States of America as onset by his mass deportation. Now that you understand by percent and raw number, they've deported less undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's like 3/4 of the way, raw number wise.
But just today, But just
today, yeah, with
today,
the-
there's been no
with-
benefit from this. So this is not an accomplishment.
How has there been no benefit
from the last year and a half?
Is a good 3%. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. Like
So the number going so the number going down is a bad thing, not a good thing. Because remember, a benefit is a good thing.
I like I said at the beginning of this, I in part agree with his deportation policies. Like
Yeah,
I'd
but
agree with
the
everything.
very specific part that you agree
Like,
with
what
is
is considered
something
a
that the
bad
Democrats have
crime
done better,
in this-
correct? But I just want to clarify, the very specific part of it that you agree with is something that the Democrats have done better than him?
I don't think that they've done it better than him.
Okay, well, we just went through the evidence that they have.
Very low deportations in general. Biden Harris had very low deportations in general.
Actually, that's surprisingly not true. The second highest year of deportations from any presidential administration was under Biden and Harris, with 250,000 from ICE in 2024 alone. I'm a little bit further to the left than the Democratic Party, but the point still stands that they were able to successfully deport more undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records, per the data that I've already given you.
I think at the end of Trump's 4 years, that'll just not be true. I think that he's going to deport.
A, that's a
Probably,
speculatory claim that you can't make
but-
with any warrant or evidence. And B, I specifically asked you for an accomplishment from the last year and a half. Are you able to articulate an accomplishment from the last year and a half?
Yeah, like I said, you got illegal immigrants out. Like,
I just
don't know,
explained to you how the thing that you agree with this mass deportation is something that was done better by the Democrats and has been done worse over the course of the last year and a half from Trump. I've explained that to you 4 times, meaning that this wouldn't be an accomplishment, given the fact that it's gotten worse.
by percent, not raw number.
By percent and raw number, I've also already explained that to you 3 times as well. Like, I mean, this is crazy. It's like this guy doesn't have a brain. I have to repeat every single thing I have to repeat every single thing I say like 5 times. For that reason, I'm going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you want the raw numbers, by the way, because that's what I was asking you for as I kicked you, go to ice.gov/statistics and then make sure that you isolate for criminal convictions on the record. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in West Debates 12. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
July 1st, 2007.
Okay, appreciate you for being here, man. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, then the mic, the floor will be yours. Thank you, Jeremy and Angelina, for the $5 donations over on Venmo. Same thing to Haley with the $5, who says, Dean, you're cooking today. Thanks, Haley. And then Ben, appreciate you for the $20, who says, where's your mandatory blood donation act? If bodily autonomy stops mattering whenever another life depends on your body, surely you could support that too. True, Ben. They actually would be forced to support that. Lucas, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I can't hop in the box because it's maxed out, but I'm 35-foot extension ladder. I'd love to debate you, but please keep my name private. You need to put that at the beginning of the message next time. I appreciate you for the $20. Just calm down, bro. Just calm down. Way too much passion, bro. Too much passion. Thank you as well, A, for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 AWs. Thank you for the $20. That's very kind of you. A with the $20 says, you're cooking these people. I'm a senior in college and I'm watching your stream while unpacking my boxes for my new apartment right now. I keep on getting distracted because your debates are always so good. Ooh, have fun moving in, A. That is always such a process, but it's so fun in the end. I do really appreciate you for the love. Then Yummy Young, thank you for the $10. And Carissa, thank you for the $10 as well. Show some love to Yummy Young and Carissa. Then over on PayPal, thank you so much, Kyle, for the $10, who says, caller is a moron. The first step is acceptance, my dude. So real. Then Digital, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you. Digital sent another $14, who says, hey, Dean, I've been supporting you for years, and I'm so grateful for how outspoken you are, but I really need you to speak out / do research on how Bahamian, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm not giving it a try. Are being treated. Hundreds of houses are being broken down and not cleaned out by the government. I'll take a look at that, Digital. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for the $15. And then same thing to you, Mr. Ben. Thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal. Let's get 500 Ben Ws. That is such an incredibly kind donation from you, man. Thank you so much. Ben with the 50 says, love and appreciation from an elder Gen Xer for all that you do from Ben. Ben, you are absolutely fantastic, and thank you for the love, genuinely and sincerely. Show so much love to Ben down below. And Kayla, thank you so much for the $37 donation again, who says, you deserve this after your response to my last dono. You're a good guy, Dean. Thank you. I've been not okay at all recently, but your live streams really do help. I'm so happy that the live streams help, and thank you for the love. I love that my live streams are able to help the different people out. Kaden, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. He says, love you, man, alongside a couple other really kind things. Thank you, Kaden. Let's get 200 Kaden Ws. Sophia, thank you so much for the $20. I already did thank you earlier, Sophia, but I guess I'm thanking you again. Thank you so much. Then over on Super Chat, African Warlord says, not going to lie, I don't mind calling Trump supporters moron, but I feel like this is what they use to get you banned momentarily for bullying. Might want to cut it back a bit. True. I need to be more concerned with TikTok TOS. Thank you as well, Lord T, for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, caller supports Trump because of how others have treated him on the other side. Are you for real? Oh, that last guess was annoying. Thank you as well, Karen, for the $10. And T, thank you for the $20, who says, quote unquote, didn't seem like a good option, quote unquote, her laugh. behalf, quote unquote optics. So they choose a 34 count convicted felon found liable for sexual abuse alongside many other allegations, fraudulent charities, and bankruptcies as the better option. Yeah, that's basically the message that I was trying to communicate to the last guest, but he just wasn't too rational. Same thing to you, Call. Thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars on Super Chat around 30 minutes ago. Thank you for that love, Call. Call with the 50 Canadian says, hey, Dean, make sure to drink some water and get a good amount of rest. We care about you lots. I hope this money can help towards security. And remember that us fans will stick behind you whenever you need us. Well, thank you so much, Call. It's good to see you again today. Thank you for the $50. Show some love to Call down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Daisy, thank you for the 30 Australian dollars alongside the very kind words. Me, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says you have to win all these debates. I just skip class to be here. Don't skip class to be here. Go to class. And then Lord T, I appreciate you for another $20. That is very, very kind of you guys. Thank you so much for all caught up. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
I'm so sorry, Dean. I can't fucking do this shit. My allergies are kicking my ass right now. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up here, dude.
I understand, brother. I understand. I have that same issue often. We will not be talking shit about that guest in the comment section because, frankly, I get it. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. Frankly, I get it. Frankly, I get it. I get it. I get it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, D.
How
Fuck you, right?
That's very emotional.
Yeah, it is. You gotta take accountability, Dean.
What do I have to take accountability for?
You have to. You're just discarding everything we've been through.
What am I discarding specifically? And
You aren't taking any accountability. You see, yesterday you said that you liked my accent, and I've texted you good night. You know, there was a spark.
Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Brianna loading up inside of the queue. Oh, fucking weirdo. Fucking weirdo, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Why are you guys so weird, dude? Courtney, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, you're a weirdo. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. No way, bro. We're gonna go to get that next guest connected. Free to go. What the hell are you doing here?
Dude, okay, kid. Look,
What the hell are you doing here, dude?
So you're a good kid. I just wanted to tell you, on the debate that we just had a few minutes ago, I'm not gonna say anything about the debate or substance or whatever. That shit will be uploaded. That's bad news, right?
Bad news for you.
The good news. No, bad news for you, dude.
What about the poll, bro? What did the poll say? What were the results of the poll?
The poll, no, dude. Poll was full of just like your fans. The only person who was competent there was Lit. Come on, man. Like, that's not fair to say.
And by the way, Lit thinks that you got destroyed. By the way, for those that are curious, I had a debate with this guy right before I started my live stream on here. I was on my second account, and we had a debate about
a lot of stuff. Let's just say a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, but I just want to tell you.
And long story short, he got absolutely owned, but he can't give it up.
Dude, I'm 2-1 with you. My trilogy's completed. I can quit debating again. I beat you.
I think that you should quit debating, but not because you've been able to 2-1 me. I think that I think that nearly everyone would disagree with that claim. You know, the philosopher that you cited disagreed with you.
No, by the way, it didn't. If you're talking about what I talked about with Court doesn't agree with you either. But look, let's just say
this is embarrassing for you now.
That's bad news.
This is embarrassing
for you. But there's
good
news, Dean, that I just wanted to tell you.
You're copying, bro.
I'm gonna also make a video alongside that. I'm gonna make a video alongside that to show that the allegations are false and that you don't get emotional for no reason about the allegations.
Well, you don't need to make a video on that, man. I think that everybody knows that the allegations are false. That is kind of you. But you got absolutely destroyed in the debate. Welcome in, Ethan. Do you support Trump?
Can you debate my dad quick?
Why do people, like, dude, why are y'all trolling with that? I've noticed, like, an increase in the amount of people that are, like, trolling after I ask them, or they asked me to debate their parent. I don't understand why. It's been like every single person that has asked me to debate their parent over the course of the last month has ended up being a troll. It's weird. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Brooke, are you here? Doesn't look like Brooke's here. By the way, guys, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to support the work that we do, or if you just generally want to ask me a question, get a message across, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. You can also always find the handle for my Venmo and PayPal right there at the top of the phone screen. It's just Dean Withers without the letter E in the last name Withers. And that also goes for the pinned comment over on YouTube. Do quadruple check the spelling of that handle. Because if you get even one letter wrong, you will be sending your money to a fake scammer account. All of the donations from yesterday, today, and for the foreseeable future will go directly into funding the safety and security of me and my girlfriend because of the wild threats that we've been receiving to our lives. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes and no, Dean.
If the election was held tomorrow, who do you think you'd vote for?
Depends, quite honestly.
Cam, thank you for the galaxy.
I
Depends
just
on what?
I hopped in to get your opinion on an issue that I hold very near and dear to my heart.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. If you want to ask that question somewhere else, feel free. But today we are just looking to debate people that do support Trump, and I have to enforce that rule pretty strong. I'm sorry, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Thank you, Lord T, for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, should Dims not make Jeffries and Schumer as the majority leaders of both chambers since the former met with Jared Kushner in private? Thoughts, chats? I guess Lord T is asking a question to the chats. Welcome in, Eddington. Do you support Trump?
Of course I do. I mean, that's why I'm here after all, isn't it?
Ooh, what time is it?
For me, it's around 5 o'clock.
Really? 5 o'clock? What state are you in?
Texas. Well, technically, I'm on holiday from where my dealership is. I work in California, but I'm back in Texas with my family for the weekend.
Really?
Around.
What's one American state to the south of Texas?
South Texas. No, I'm just joking, of course. No, I'm just joking. Joking around.
We're going to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Just, for clarity purposes, there is not an American state to the south of Texas. Thank you, Harley, for the $40 donation on Venmo. Let's get 400 Holly W's down below. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Holly. Holly with the $40 says, thank you for all that you do. Please look into law for argument with abortion.
Yo.
In Texas, you can't sue a doctor for malpractice if the baby never took its first breath. How does that fit their narrative of life beginning at conception of the baby doesn't count until it takes a first breath? Really good point. What an interesting legal contradiction, Holly. I appreciate you so much for the $40 donation as well. That is very kind of you. That is a lot of money, and I'm very grateful for you. Chat, I'd really appreciate it if we could get literally 400 Holly W's down below. Welcome in, Jamie. Do you happen to support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Well, kind of, yeah. But listen, I have a question for you.
What time is it?
My question isn't related with Trump. It's actually about abortion. Well, if you're gonna keep...
Guys, the second rule is to be American. I am not down to play out 1776 all over again. The Europeans are indeed invading, and I'd appreciate it if y'all would stop. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Carlita, thank you so much for the $4 on PayPal. I appreciate you. And hey, have fun. That sounds like a lot of fun, Carlita. Same thing to Kyle. Thank you for the $1.50 who says, huge fan. Appreciate you. Same thing to Leon and Emma. Appreciate you guys for the $1 donos. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Meow.
Age, please. Very obvious. Very obviously like a 40-year-old. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Jasmine loading up. Lizzie and Daniel, appreciate you for the $1 donos on Venmo as well. Very kind, very kind. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you're here for debate, folks. I'd appreciate it so much. It seems like as of recently, we've really been having a big problem with people keeping it to debates. So let's try our best, folks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Can you say the top 5 reasons why you chose your girlfriend?
We're looking for debates. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to get the next guest loaded up in here. Charlie, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
How old are you, Charlie?
I'm 18.
What are your pronouns?
He, him. I'm trans.
And you support Trump?
Yeah. I do disagree with him on that one, though. But I'm not one of those weird trans people who like color their hair all those different colors of the rainbow and whatever the fuck. I support him on his abortion policy.
Bro, just admit that you're trolling.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'm going to ask you questions.
Okay.
What's your definition of the word woman?
The definition of a word woman?
Uh-huh.
Well, a person who presents themselves as a woman.
I don't know. I don't know if this is a troll or not. I don't know if this is a troll or
I'm
not.
serious. I'm serious.
Okay. We'll assume that you're serious. We'll assume that you're serious. I want to ask you, I'm not going to ask to see it. Do you have a driver's license?
I don't.
What time is it?
It's 3 p.m.
What state are you in?
California.
What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Okay. I guess we'll see if this is a troll. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
I support Trump because he bans abortion and his immigration policy.
Okay. So about his abortion bans, are you aware of the fact that his abortion bans have just caused more abortions?
I don't think it does.
Well, that's what the data shows. So for the 30 years before we overturned Roe v. Wade, approximately until from the 90s until 2020, abortions were going down annually. After Roe v. Wade was overturned, they started going up for the first time in those 30 years. Yeah.
Do you have any proof?
Yeah. Abortion by the numbers per year from Guttmacher Institute.
Okay.
If you're trans, why would you support Trump? Like, I'm sorry, let's just cut to the chase here. He has systemically taken rights away from trans people. You don't
I'm
have the
aware,
same
but, like,
rights as
there's a
me
lot of
because you are
people-
trans.
There's a lot of trans people who are just faking it, honestly.
Okay, so because you think that, quote unquote, there are a lot of trans people who are just faking it, you deserve to lose rights?
Well, I do, again, disagree
Like,
with
is
him
that
on
the argument that you're making? You're saying because you think that a lot of trans people fake it, therefore you deserve to lose rights.
Well, I think I passed pretty well. I just haven't
Okay,
started
this
on
doesn't-
my
so-
testosterone yet.
So what's the argument that you deserve to lose rights? What's the argument? What's the argument for that claim, please? Can I please get the argument for that claim?
I don't support that part of his
Oh, you
agenda.
don't support the fact that he has baselessly and arbitrarily taken rights away from you? Oh, but you still support him as president?
Yeah, because he's a pro-lifer.
Pro-life in what sense? I don't think that arbitrarily taking rights away from people is pro-life. Do you think that's pro-life? Shit, what's the difference between Donald Trump arbitrarily taking rights away from you and, from your perspective as a pro-lifer, pro-choicers arbitrarily taking rights away from the fetus?
Because it's murder, Dean.
Okay, this doesn't answer my question.
Oh my god. Can we get back on to like how abortion is?
No, moving on to the next guest. We got Olivia loading up inside of the queue. Yippee! Yo! Thank you, Yumi Young, for the $25 donation on Venmo. That's so kind of you, Yumi Young. Let's get 250 Yumi W's. That is YUMI. Yumi with a 50 says, "Hey Dean, I've been watching your streams for over a year and they've given me a lot of hope. Do you have any advice for a queer/non-conforming person living in a very MAGA coastal town? I struggle to speak up when people say awful things, but you've inspired me to try. Yes, here's my advice. Find people that accept you for who you are and confide in them. That is the very best advice that I could give you, is to find a support system for you and the person you are in consideration of the type of place that you live in. And I wish that there was more of those support systems across the nation, and I hope that you're able to find one. It's just important to have good friends who love you for who you are, Yumi. Thank you for the $25. Same thing to Michael with the $10, who says, I'm marking my calendar for that last guy to come back just to yet still utterly fail. Oh, that'll be a good one. Isabel, thank you for the $10, who says, hope this is you. Thank you for being pro-choice. As somebody who has a genetic disorder, being pregnant could potentially kill me or worse. It could break my body down more. Thank you so much, Isabel, for the $10. I really appreciate you. That's very kind of you. And yeah, it's just so important to be pro-choice. It's so important. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Luke loading into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, folks. We're looking for some debates today. Please and thank you. Do honor and follow those rules. Do honor and follow those rules. We got LFC Kyle loading up inside of the queue. Okay, all right. Here we go. Looking for the next guest, folks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, you keep on trying to turn your camera on, so I'm just going to kick you. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We're going to go to get the next guest, Shay Connected. Miss Nina, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. Nina actually did not attach a message to that love, just sent it right on through. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Nina. Huge shout out to Nina. Let's get to our Nina W's. And Sorcha, thank you for the 33 cents. We did sure indeed receive that. Thank you. And then Carlota, thank you for the $4. I appreciate you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here we go. Welcome in. Sam, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a minor in the bath. Shay, are you connected? Okay, Shay's not connected, so we're going to go and disconnect them. And in fact, we're going to move on to the next guest. Noah Remington, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Howdy, Dean. Yeah, I do.
How old are you, Noah?
I'm 19, born in 06.
Why do you support this asshole?
Okay, well, I just want to say something about that trans guy who claimed to be trans earlier. I don't think that trans people lost any rights. I think that Trump just took away being able to change your gender at a younger age.
No, they literally lost the right to join the military.
I don't really think that was true. I went through last summer. I went to the Navy up in Chicago,
it is
but I don't think we had any problems with that kind of stuff.
Was explicitly announced through an executive order from Trump. Like, if I'm remembering correctly here, the executive order like literally said, trans people are mentally ill. There shouldn't be mentally ill people in the military. Trans people are banned from joining the military. I mean, it was like explicit.
Yeah, and I guess I do kind of remember about that. And also, so my dad, he's from Guatemala, right? And I support ICE, and I'm mixed. I'm white and Guatemalan, and I support ICE. And I also have a lot of legal friends, too, but they're also going through all their citizenship stuff. And they think that the illegals...
If ICE had the ability to arrest a rapist and they didn't, do you think that ICE would be doing something wrong?
You mean if they're going to support... Wait,
like if ICE could arrest a rapist... but they chose to not arrest the rapists, would ICE be doing something wrong?
Why wouldn't they choose to be?
Because they support that rapist.
They wouldn't support the rapist.
I'm saying if they did. If an ICE agent could arrest a rapist, but they didn't because they support that rapist, would they be doing something wrong?
I would think so. I mean, I think all of it's going after their cases, though. If they have
so ICE is doing something wrong by not arresting Trump?
So out of all the times that Trump's mentioned in the Epstein files, nothing was incriminating about him.
I actually disagree.
Am I wrong?
I think that the allegations from J-Note number 4 were pretty bad. But that's not what incriminates him to be a rapist. What incriminates him to be a rapist would be the ruling of a court.
Well, yeah, I'm in the idea of you're innocent until proven guilty.
Oh, okay. But once you're proven guilty, you're guilty?
Yeah, once you're proven guilty, I will 100% never support Trump. Like, that's just how it is. Proven guilty in a court.
Yeah.
So about this case, this was in Massachusetts, right?
Nope.
or where was this? I don't remember, but I remember it being, because I remember Charlie Kirk talks about this. This was through a very liberal court, and it was overruled as that. And also, wasn't it a civil case? And it wasn't a criminal.
Hold on. Let me rewind the VOD 5 seconds.
I don't remember, but I remember it being, because I remember ship stuff, and they think that
So
the
do
illegal
you be doing something like rapists, but they didn't because by not arresting.
and in the Epstein files, and nothing was incriminating about him.
I actually disagree.
Am I
with that.
wrong?
I think that the allegations from J-No number 4 were pretty bad. But that's not what incriminates him to be a rapist. What incriminates him to be a rapist would be the ruling of a court.
Well, yeah, I'm in the idea of you're innocent until proven guilty.
Oh, okay. So, but once you're proven guilty, you're guilty.
Yeah, once you're proven guilty, I will 100% never support Trump. Yeah, proven guilty in a criminal case. This was a civil case. This is
Oh, the mental gymnastics are wild.
no, that's not even crazy. Like, you can literally check. That wasn't.
So,
that wasn't
so
a criminal.
why?
That was
So
in a
why do
criminal
you
case.
accept guilty verdicts in criminal courts, but you don't accept guilty verdicts in civil courts?
Because that was a very twisted court case.
What was twisted about it?
She couldn't even tell you when it happened. She said it had happened.
Okay,
There's
so-
really not a whole lot.
So
that's
you're
like
not-
saying, like, Dean, that's like saying
You're
that
not- you don't seem to be
like
answering
back
the
in kindergarten
question
I slapped you in the face or something, or I
You don't-
slapped you back in middle school.
You don't
but had
really
no
seem to
idea
be
when.
answering. You don't really seem to be answering the question here. The question was, why do you accept verdicts from criminal courts, not civil courts? But now you're talking about like the specifics of this.
Yeah, but
court.
this was also a very twisted case, though.
Okay, what was twisted about it?
It was in a very liberal state. It was in a liberal state,
Mm-hmm.
and she couldn't really provide a lot of evidence.
Okay. So what was one piece of evidence
the court
that she
just
submitted to
deemed
the
it
court?
as, oh, he was guilty because they didn't already like him.
Mm-hmm. What was one piece of evidence that submitted to the court?
Oh gosh, it's been a while since I've itched my brain on this.
Yeah.
But from what I remember,
Let me just go ahead and show you the issues with the last argument you made. You made the claim that it was a very liberal court. She didn't give enough evidence, and they ruled his guilt because she didn't like him. They didn't like him, sorry. So the first issue with this is that you can't name a singular piece of evidence that she did submit to the court, so how could you possibly know that the evidence was insufficient? And the second issue with this is that there's literally a Trump supporter on the jury. Juror number 9 indicated in the jury selection process that they are well on the right, and they love right-leaning political commentators like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, so on and so forth. E. Jean Carroll, the victim, her lawyers then motioned and petitioned the judge to kick that juror off the jury because they were biased towards Trump. But Donald Trump is a billionaire. He had a lot more money, therefore he had better lawyers. And their lawyers were actually able to overrule the petition from E. Jean Carroll's lawyers, and the judge kept the Trump supporter on the jury. So when you make the claim that like all of the jurors were anti-Trump and that's why they ruled his guilt, well, you're wrong. In fact, there was literally a Trump supporter on the jury.
I guess I don't really know that much about it. I guess I
So if you don't know that much about it, then how do you know it's false?
Just from based on what other, I guess, people have preached about it.
But it
is
seems
what I'm
like
saying.
what you've heard from these other people are also false. I mean, you just named like 2 or 3 points that you have apparently heard from other people, and I described to you how they're wrong.
And then, okay, so you get me on this one. But for my next
Okay,
point,
so
though,
do you
abortion.
accept the outcome of the court
Abortion's a bit-
case?
No, I still think it was
Why?
twisted.
Why?
Just based on, well, I'm also a pretty stubborn person, so it's kind of hard to change my mind anyways.
Why do you think it's twisted?
Just based on some of the evidence she gave, it was kind of crappy, though.
What was one piece of evidence she gave the court?
Well, I'm saying like some of it was like she doesn't remember when it was and yada 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 and where it happened or whatever. Like
Wait,
that.
so you think that in order for a rapist to truly prove that in order for a rape victim to truly prove that they're
I think you really-
in court, do they have to remember the specific day that they were raped on?
He wasn't criminally charged for it though. No.
Okay, but you still haven't explained to us why you accept the guilty verdicts from criminal courts but not civil courts.
Because they're different. Criminal courts, I think
What is
they're more.
the meaningful difference?
I could claim anything against you, and that would be civil. But unless you actually did it, it would be criminal.
Wait. So you think that civil courts just allow people to claim anything against anyone?
I mean, it sure seems like it with that court
Okay,
case.
what's the argument for that?
Well, I could claim that, my dad he hit me or so and so and so. But I feel like,
And then you're just saying that the civil court would accept it with no evidence?
little evidence, but I don't think it's necessary. If it was
what's
twisted,
what's the standard of evidence?
I'm saying
in civil
so.
courts?
Like, okay, so
what's
if I
the
was
standard of evidence in civil courts, sir?
I don't know.
If you don't know what the standard of evidence is, then how do you know that civil courts are willing to accept guilty verdicts with little evidence? How do you know that?
I guess I don't. I didn't ever go to law school. Just based on what I know, and morally, this is what I agree with.
Wait. Something about your moral convictions has led you to the conclusion that civil courts are willing to accept verdicts with little evidence? Hey, that's not a moral claim. That's an empirical claim. So I don't know why your moral convictions would inform you of this empirical fact.
Yeah, no, I guess I get that.
So then why do you reject the court case?
Just basically from what I learned on it for the most part.
What have you learned on it?
That some civil cases can be twisted and stuff, and they're not
Can some
necessarily.
criminal cases be twisted?
You're not.
Has
you're
anyone
not,
ever
okay,
been found guilty falsely in a civil court?
Wasn't he wasn't found guilty of anything, wasn't it? Wasn't he just found some other term?
Liable?
Yeah, liable.
Yeah, liability is a form of guilt.
But guilty is different. Liability and or guilty are different, aren't they?
No, they're not. So guilty just means that you did it. Liability just means that you did it.
So then why would there be two different terms? That makes no sense.
Well, there's actually not two different terms. The term guilty is an umbrella term that includes civil liability and criminal conviction.
Okay, they're still different though, because otherwise there'd be he would have been in jail for it. He would have been in jail for it.
Could you please define the word guilty, since you want to make this a debate about semantics?
Guilty is like you did it without a shadow of a doubt or whatever. You did it. Okay, but liable seems different. Like,
so what's the reasonable doubt that you have to the evidence submitted in the E. Jean Carroll rape case?
Again, I haven't looked that deep into it.
Okay, well then how do you know that he wasn't guilty? How do you know that there is a reasonable shadow of a doubt?
Because he wasn't guilty, and that's a fact. He was liable. That's different.
Well, I mean, so you're saying that you can't prove things beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt in civil courts?
Well, the case is already done. It's not like you're going to go back to it.
Are you claiming that civil courts cannot prove things beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt? Is that what you're claiming?
Courts can claim.
So they can prove things beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. So then how do you know that this court didn't?
I think it was a twisted court.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
It was held in a liberal state. And then
so wait. So court cases in blue states are twisted? So I just want to clarify. You're saying in virtue of the fact that it was in a blue state, it was twisted?
Yeah, because you're favored against.
But did we already clarify that there was a Trump supporter on the jury?
Trump's going to be favored against.
Did we not already clarify that there was a Trump supporter on the jury?
One.
Yeah, and all of them had to rule its guilt in order for the conviction to go through. That on its own gives him a favor.
I guess I wouldn't know. But, all right, anyways.
So then why do you think the case was twisted? We still haven't learned why you think the case was twisted.
I already told you. I just thought it was held in a liberal state, and he's already favored against.
We've already explained to him how we actually had the favor in his
and that's the only point.
So there was not a favor against Trump. There was a favor for Trump. The reason why there was a favor for Trump and not against Trump is because one of the 9 jurors was a Trump supporter. But if you want to ask the question, well, that's just one of the 9. Ratio. But the other 8 were not Trump supporters. Well, the reason why even one of the 9 jurors being a Trump supporter already, in virtue of that fact, gives Trump the favor, it's because all 9 jurors have to agree to his guilt. If only 8 of those jurors agreed to his guilt, not all 9, then he wouldn't have been held liable. He wouldn't have been found guilty. So the mere fact that even one of the jurors was a Trump supporter means that the jury was in his favor.
Okay, yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Okay, but something else that I support about Trump is the abortion policy.
So then why do you think the case was twisted? If you accept that the jury was in his favor, why do you think that the case was twisted?
I already explained it to you, and I guess.
But then you just accepted that your explanation was false.
It's not a good enough reason for you to talk about something different.
It wasn't a good enough reason to me. It wasn't a good enough reason to you. You just accepted that your explanation was false. You just conceded to the fact that the jury was in his favor.
After this, I'll look more into it, because the only person that's going to change my mind is myself, is what I'm saying.
How about Trump changes your mind? Here's him admitting to other violent sexual exploitation on another occasion.
It's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere.
Yeah,
and
I've
I'm
heard
allowed to
this.
go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So like, here's my issue with like this whole, I'm just going to close my eyes, shut my ears, and reject the fact that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator. Because we've had a court rule his guilt for raping a woman. He has admitted to violent sexual exploitation. He said it was funny when he barged into the dressing rooms of other naked women and girls to look at them unconsensually. Okay? The woman that he's found guilty of raping in a civil court. One moment. What also occurred in women's dressing rooms. Okay? He's mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times. He got a letter from Epstein in 2005, or he sent a letter to Epstein in 2005 that straight up said, oh, hey, we have all these beautiful secrets in common. I hope that your birthday's great and you continue to uphold these secrets. And the letter was outlined by the depiction of a naked girl. We also had the accusation against him in the Epstein files from Jane Doe number 4, who we know was a credible victim of Epstein's, that said that she was trafficked from Epstein to Trump. We have Epstein's letter to Larry Nassar that just straight up said that, oh, Donald Trump shares our affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. No shit, this guy's guilty.
Well, I'm pretty sure backstage he was backstage, not in the changing rooms. Also,
Okay. He was backstage, not in the dressing rooms, sir. The dressing rooms are
Trump did ban
backstage.
him from 2 major spots that he owned, and then I'm pretty sure he gave the tip to Epstein and whatever. But nothing
really?
in the things was incriminating. Yeah, he
What's
banned
the
him from
evidence that
Mar-a-Lago, and
what's
then
the
the other-
evidence that
other
Donald
spot.
Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago? The only evidence for this is, by the way, the fact that Trump said it. But, you don't trust what people say, or else you would have thought that Donald Trump was a rapist before that court case even started because E. Jean Carroll said it.
Yeah, but I do my.
So what's the
for
evidence
most part, I
that he
do my
banned her
own
from
research,
Mar-a-Lago?
yeah. It was Mar-a-Lago and something else. I don't remember what the other spot was.
No.
But-
What's the evidence that he banned him from Mar-a-Lago?
I guess that he said it. I guess.
Haha, so you're going to accept what he
but
says?
I'd still trust that. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to trust what Trump says, but you're not going to trust what a court says.
Okay, but that's different though.
I know, yes. One man's testimony is much different than the ruling from a court after 3 years of deliberation with due process. Yeah, those are two very different things.
Yeah. But no. I
So why
wanted
do
to
you
talk
think
to you
that
about-
one man's testimony is more reliable than the verdict from a unanimous jury of 9 after 3 years of deliberation with due process in a courtroom?
No, we already talked about the courtroom. We're talking about something different here, Dean.
I know, but no, what we're testing is what's called your standard of evidence. We're seeing what standard of evidence no one needs in order to accept a proposition as being true. You're saying the standard of evidence that you need to accept the proposition that Donald Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago being true is just the fact that Donald Trump said it. But the standard of evidence that you need for the proposition that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll to be true is not just that E. Jean Carroll said it, isn't just that E. Jean Carroll took it to court, and isn't just that E. Jean Carroll proved it to the court, and isn't just that the unanimous jury of 9 accepted that ruling, and isn't just that the appeal was then rejected by 5 appeals courts, including the Supreme Court, but is 6-3 conservative leaning twice.
Yeah.
So why do you hold a significantly higher standard of evidence as it relates to the claim that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, and a significantly lower standard of evidence as it relates to the claim that Donald Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago?
Well, Dean, I'm also coming into this debate with an open mind. I'm going to do my own research after this, and I could be agreeing with you after this, and I could be still disagreeing with you after this, though, too.
Okay, so do you tentatively concede the claim that you have sufficient evidence to believe that he banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago? Or do you consider...
I mean,
tentatively concede the
I
claim that
would
he
always
raped
think
E. Jean
so,
Carroll?
but again, after this, I'm probably going to go keep looking into it, though.
Oh, okay, and then when I played you that clip of him admitting to sexual exploitation, you said, oh, that was just in the general backstage area. So the dressing rooms were backstage. Every
but
woman...
they're two different
that-
spots. The backstage isn't the whole dressing room, though. or
Yeah, we
changing
know that he went into the dressing rooms.
I'm pretty sure he was just going backstage. I don't know anything about the dressing room.
Okay, so what's your evidence that he was just in the general backstage area? Because
think
the
I've-
evidence
I
that he
think
was
I've heard the whole clip
specifically
before.
the evidence that he was specifically in the dressing rooms is the fact that every single woman and girl who said that they remembered this happening to them said that it happened in the dressing rooms. Not a single one of them said that it happened in the general backstage area. And Donald Trump gives us many damning hints in that clip that it did happen in the dressing rooms, because the first thing that he said was that there's no men anywhere. Why would there be no men in the general backstage area? We'd expect that to only be true of the women's dressing rooms. The second piece of evidence is that he said in the space that he'd enter, he'd just see naked women changing. Why would he just see naked women changing in the general backstage area, especially the minors? That's something that would be left for the dressing rooms. The third piece of evidence is the fact that he said in order to get into this space, he had not only to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant, but he also had to tell a lie of doing a false inspection. Okay, he clearly wouldn't need to do that to get into a general backstage area. He'd clearly only need to do that in order to get into the dressing rooms. And then the last and final piece of evidence is at the end of the clip, he said that he'd get away with doing this. Well, to get away with something means to break a rule and then face no consequence. What rule would he be breaking if this was just in a general backstage area? I can't think of any. What rule would he be breaking if this was in a woman's dressing room? Oh, I could think of a big one. The fact that he's not a woman. Okay? So my point is that literally all, and yes, I mean all of the evidence indicates that he went into a woman's dressing room backstage. Meanwhile, none of the evidence indicates that he just went into the general backstage area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get that. Again, I can do my own research and look into it later, and I might agree with you and I might disagree with you. But
Okay,
I
well,
really
like,
did want to talk
as
to
it stands, do you see any evidence that this was just a general backstage area?
No, I just remember it being, or reading about it being backstage or changing rooms being different.
No, you don't remember reading about that. You remember seeing a clip of Cam Hickey
Yeah,
on
I
your
heard
For
the
You
clip
page
about it,
making
and I
that
think
point to me on
I
my live.
remember looking it up after that. I remember looking it up after that.
Well, yeah, when you look
I'm
it
pretty
up,
sure they were in
it'll
two
just
different
tell you that it
spots.
happened in the dressing rooms, because that's what all of the women and girls said. When you look this up, you just find the testimony from the women and girls. Every woman and every
Well, then,
girl said
you're
that it
kinda
happened in the dressing
contradicting-
rooms.
Then you're kind of contradicting your own argument. Do you just believe believe everything that anyone says?
Okay, so what we're doing in this circumstance is we're looking at what is reasonable to believe using our faculties of discernment. And I'm saying that it's reasonable to believe that he did this in the dressing rooms because that's what every single woman and girl said. We're talking about like 15 people here. And that's what he indicated in that clip when he said that he'd walk into a space where no men were anywhere, men weren't allowed. He broke a rule by entering. He had abused the fact that he was the owner of the pageant to get in. And the only thing that he saw were naked women changing. Yeah, like in combination, all of those facts amount to the firm conclusion that he definitely barged into their dressing rooms and looked at them while they had no clothes on.
Okay, yeah, I see that, but I just have to literally go do my own research again.
Okay, what research do you need to do? Why can't we just do it right now? Because this is
Well, I'll
simple.
just-
Like literally, the only context is a clip that I played you and the testimony of the women. Should we look at what the women said? Should we listen to this clip again? There's no more context. No.
Okay, if there's no more context, I want to change the topic about something though.
Okay, so
I
you
wanted
just
to talk about
you
abortion.
wanna change the
though.
topic.
Yeah, I've been wanting to.
My God, dude.
I've been trying to do this since we started talking about the first case.
Would you stop supporting Trump as president if you knew that he was a violent sexual predator?
A violent sexual predator? It's a pretty harsh way to put it.
Would you?
Yeah, but I'm not convinced. Even though you're giving me all this shit, it's not gonna change my mind yet.
What could be convincing? Like, what more than what I've already given you could be convincing that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator? Like, what more?
Well, here, Dean, do you also believe that everything you see on the left isn't also completely propaganda too?
What have I shared with you that you could justifiably reason as propaganda?
No, I'm just saying, like, a lot of the stuff that you see just in general, would you consider a lot of that propaganda?
Can you give me any reason to believe that anything I've said is propaganda?
Like, in general, or stuff that
Yes,
you give
yes, anything about him being a violent sexual predator. Can you give me any reason to believe a single thing that I've said is
I wasn't
propaganda?
even talking about just, like, sexual, like, predatory. I was
Okay,
talking
can
about
you give me
just, like,
any
stuff
reason
in
to believe
general.
anything I've said is propaganda?
Anything that you've said or anything that we could talk about?
Anything that I've said as it relates to him being a violent sexual predator. Anything that I've said. Can you give me any reason to believe that it's propaganda?
Okay, well, there's a picture of him supposedly on the Epstein Island with a bunch of girls that have their face completely blacked out.
I've never brought up any supposed picture of him on Epstein Island. Respond to what I've said about him being a violent sexual predator. Can you give me any reason to believe that anything that I've said is propaganda?
No. This does kind of relate to it, though.
No, it doesn't, because it's not something that I've said, Noah.
Okay, I guess specifically on this, I guess I don't really remember or know.
Okay. Last question. Why do you not accept the damning evidence that I've given you that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator, ranging from what Epstein said about Trump, to what Trump said to Epstein in private, to what Donald Trump was found guilty of in court with a Trump supporter on the jury, to what Donald Trump said in 2005, to what the women and girls said about what Donald Trump said in 2005? Why do you not accept any of this?
Because I think it's either all hearsay and he's not actually found guilty. He's found liable.
Okay. We went through that earlier, and you ended up admitting that you have no reason to dispute the conclusion formed by the civil court. You said the reason why you accept convictions from criminal courts, but you don't accept liability claims from civil courts, is because civil courts have a low standard of evidence. But then I asked you what that standard of evidence is, and you couldn't articulate it. So you are saying, for some reason that you cannot articulate, you reject the court baselessly. So what you are saying is you just reject it because.
Yeah, but I don't think he did anything violently, like sexually violently. You know what I mean? I don't think he held down anybody and raped him or anything. Like that, isn't that completely different?
So what the court ruled is that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers against her will. You don't think that's violent?
And she has no idea what happened or remember when it happened, though.
Yeah, she remembers that it happened in the winter of 1995 to early 1996. She remembers.
No way she ever said any of that. She never said when she could not remember when it happened.
Yes, she said everything that I just said. She said it happened in the winter of 1995 to 1996, and she remembered that it was winter because there was snow on the ground.
And then she decided to bring it up after he became president and everything? Like, doesn't that just seem like complete hearsay, though?
So she decided to write a book about what happened to her, not only from Trump, but also from Lex Wessner, the ex-CEO, Lex Moonves, the ex-CEO of CBS, in a book. And then after Donald Trump called her crazy, she said, want to bet, and then took his ass to court when he was running for re-election.
I'm pretty sure she does not remember when it happened.
Everything that I just told you could be verified from the court documents. She testified to the fact that it happened in the winter of 1995 to early 1996.
I'll have to look again, I guess. But I'm pretty sure she, from what I remember when I read about it, which was a while ago, she has no idea what happened or when it happened.
Where's your evidence?
Gang, I just told you it's been a while since I looked at it.
Okay. Yeah. So I actually have a source for you. You could go on Google, type in PBS Hour news wrap. E. Jean Carroll testifies in federal court saying that Trump raped her in 1996.
And what'd she say?
Yep, she said, and I quote, that it happened in a department store dressing room in 1996.
Where did it say the winter of 1996, like you said?
Because she testified to the fact that there's snow on the ground.
I'm gonna look at it, but I think.
Brad, I literally just gave you a fucking source. I just gave you a fucking source.
Yeah, but it could be again.
Dude, like what? Like, dude, I'm giving you a source to show you that what you are saying is incorrect.
I've been wanting to talk to you. I've been wanting to talk to you about abortion for like 45 minutes now.
What possible conversation could we have about abortion that would be good, inspiring? Okay, fine.
Well,
5 minutes on abortion. Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
I think that no, I don't think so. I think all lives matter, regardless.
Okay. So you're saying that the life of the fetus matters. That does not instantiate that, therefore, the fetus has a positive entitlement to the bodily resources of the rape victim. What's the argument that the fetus has a positive entitlement to the bodily resources of the rape victim?
Well, Dean, you're talking. Okay, so you can. Are you saying, like, is the mother in danger of having this child?
I don't even understand what that question is. I asked you a question. I want you to respond to the question that I asked you. What's the argument that the fetus has a positive entitlement to the bodily resources of the rape victim, meaning that the rape victim...
What do you mean by that?
You don't know what the word entitlement means?
No, I know what entitlement means, but what are you meaning it to? I guess, what are you referring to in this?
Yeah, what's the argument that the fetus is entitled to the bodily resources of the pregnant woman to live?
Because every life matters.
Okay, does your life matter?
Yeah.
So if you needed the bodily resources of a rape victim, do you think that the government should be able to force that rape victim against their will to give them to you?
No, that doesn't make sense. No,
Okay, but it makes sense for the fetus because
because that's a human right.
are you a human?
Yeah.
So then why doesn't it make sense for you?
I don't. So you're going in the case of rape, but it still doesn't matter. A baby's still a baby.
Okay, because
shouldn't
it's
be up to-
human,
it
it's
shouldn't be up to the woman or
valuable.
the man what
Okay,
happens to it.
you're a human, right? You're valuable. So why would it be wrong for the government to force that rape victim to give you their bodily resources, but it would not be wrong for the government to force that rape victim to give a fetus their bodily resources? What's the difference?
Because the baby hasn't been born yet. It can't have a say in anything. And
Okay,
it's a human right. It has its own rights.
So do you have your own rights?
Yeah.
So if you were unconscious and you didn't have a say in it, would it be wrong for the government to force a rape victim to give you their bodily resources against their will to save your life?
What does that even?
You're
Hold
unconscious. You need a
Yeah.
rape victim's bodily resources to live. Maybe you need a kidney, and the only match alive is a random rape victim from Chicago. Would it be wrong for the government to force that random rape victim from Chicago to give you their kidney against her will to save your life?
Force it, yeah.
Oh, so very similarly, it would be wrong for the government to force a rape victim to provide their bodily resources to the fetus to keep them alive, because it would be wrong for the government to force that. The rape victim should have legal access to
That's
abortion
murder,
to prevent
though. That's
that.
different. But now you're murdering.
Oh, it would be murder for them to take
Yeah,
resources
life-
away from
life-
the
life
fetus
starts at
because they don't
conception.
have an obligation to give them their resources. So would it be murder for the rape victim to take their bodily resources
Dean,
away from
okay,
you?
so Dean, your argument here is completely kind of unrelated to abortion. You're making something. So you seen this new Spider-Man movie? You're taking big potato stuff and different potato stuff.
No, literally
You know
the
what I
only
mean?
difference is between you and the fetus. Okay, the analogy is that as it relates to a rape victim getting an abortion, all that they're doing is they're denying access on behest of the fetus to their bodily resources. They're
Yeah,
saying,
but
I don't have an
Dean, you're still
obligation
killing
to give
you're
that
still
fetus
killing
my
a
bodily
child.
resources.
A villain doesn't do that. That's what a monster does.
Depriving that fetus of their bodily resources leads to the death of the fetus because the fetus will die without their bodily resources. Very similarly, in the hypothetical, you need that rape victim's bodily resources to stay alive. Them saying no, depriving you of their bodily resources, will also lead to your death. So the point is that there's literally no
morally
difference.
right though to kill a baby.
So the argument being made is they're actually not responsible for the death of that fetus at
And
all.
also, most abortions.
You asked me a question. Let me answer the question. You asked me a question. Let me ask you. Let me answer your question. The argument that I'm making is they're actually not killing the fetus at all. The fetus just happens to be dying because they are revoking access to their bodily resources. Like if you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, and they said like, "Fuck no, I'm gonna say no. You don't get my bodily resources to live." Are they like killing you when that inevitably causes your death? Like, no. We're not going to say they're responsible for that. So why would we similarly say that they're responsible for that same outcome occurring as it relates to a fetus?
That's still okay, Dean. So I have a question for you then. What is your favorite form of abortion?
The abortion pill.
Holy,
Thanks
you're
for dodging,
chief
by
in
the
that
way.
hell right now.
Thanks for dodging, by the way. But my favorite form of abortion is the abortion pill. W dodge though.
To be honest,
Can you actually
out
can you actually repeat the argument that I've given you?
No, I was kind of busy with something. Sorry.
Okay. So to be clear, you've been begging me for the last 45 minutes to debate me on
Yeah,
abortion.
no,
but then
sorry,
when
yeah,
we
no,
finally
sorry.
start debating you on
We'll do
abortion,
that.
you clock out and you just forgo any
Sorry, my
attempt to
fault.
even
No,
recollect my
no,
argument.
No, that one's on me. That one was on
Did
me.
you know that I've repeated my argument for you around 6 times?
No, again, I was kind of busy.
Oh, okay. What were you busy with? Picking your fucking nose?
No, I was about to get in the bath.
Okay, yeah, we gotta fucking, go, bro.
No,
just
I'm
go,
sorry.
just go
Yeah,
hop
that
in
was
the bath,
messed
bro.
up.
Just go hop
No,
in the
that
bath,
was messed
bro.
up. I'm
Just
sorry.
go hop in the bath, bro.
But anyways,
Welcome to
it
varsity.
is completely
hey,
wrong
Noah.
to kill babies,
Hey,
though,
hey,
no?
Noah. Welcome to varsity.
The last guess was trouble, Dean.
Yeah, I think that guess is you. You wow, you really gave up. You
All
really
right,
gave
no,
up,
thank you
didn't
for
you?
the debate, though.
You
No,
really
no,
gave up.
seriously?
You really
No.
gave up. You really gave
No,
up.
it's
You
just-
begged me
this
for an
is-
abortion debate for 45 minutes, and the moment I give you an
Yes,
abortion
bro.
debate, you give up. You just straight up put the hands in the air.
Okay, you caught me at a bad time, dude.
You're the one that was begging me to do this for 45 minutes, so I don't know why
I
you'd
know,
argue
you
it's a
took
bad
too
time for
long. It
you.
took too long to get there.
Okay, so like 45 minutes ago, it would have been the right time to debate you on abortion, but 45 minutes later, it's not the right time to debate you on abortion. What's changed?
I'm a busy guy.
Oh well,
But anyways.
what have you become busy doing over the course of the last 45 minutes?
I'm not gonna tell you that. But anyways,
Come back next semester. Come back next semester
Next
to try it
semester,
for
I'm done.
varsity again. Come back next semester to try it for varsity again. Okay? We're going to have to go ahead and reject your application. Oh, my God. Why is everybody that I'm debating today just so unintelligent? It's crazy. Aaron, thank you for the $10 donation over on Venmo. That's very kind of you. Who says, quote, I want to talk about abortion because I have no rebuttal to the facts that you uppercutted me with, and somehow I think that I can win debating about a single-celled organism that has no human rights. Aaron sent that in 2 minutes ago. Yeah, you lost. Thank you for the $10. Mike David, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, E. Jean Carroll came out decades later, couldn't pinpoint the year, changed her estimate a few times, said rape is sexy, civil jury more likely than not standard. Yeah, not buying it. Well, Mike Davis, thank you for donating me $10, and I'm actually going to turn around and donate to E. Jean Carroll's legal fund. I'm pretty sure that the public donations are in fact still open. And yeah, if that's how you feel, man, feel free to request up to the live to debate me, but I know you won't because you're terrified. Thank you as well, T, for the $20. Let's get 200 TWs. She says, quote, I need to do more research on this. Equals, I lost the argument. I don't want to admit it, and I need an escape hatch because I'm not going to change my mind. Yeah, his escape hatch was abortion, which he fucking failed on too. Aaron, thank you for the $20. Let's get another 200 Aaron W's. That is ARIN. Aaron with the 20 says, you guys are supporting a known rapist, predator that constantly does bad things, hits on his own daughter, someone who has unalived a whole school of people just because you think he helps with abortion and immigration. Hey, yeah, dude, it reduces down to abortion and immigration literally every single time, Aaron. But they get clapped. Quite frankly, they get clapped. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. We got Rock loading up. Appreciate y'all for all of the love over on YouTube Super Chat. That is very kind. On Venmo, thank you so much, Jacob, for the $5, who says, I think I could debate pro-Trump better than these MAGAs. Probably true. I don't know. It's really hard to debate for the Trump administration. Like, I like to think that I could come up to counter arguments to a lot of things that I say, but specifically on the Trump topic, I can't. He's that bad. Thank you, Mike, for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Mike. That is very kind of you. Let's get 500 Mike W's in that chat. That is ridiculous, dude. Thank you so much, Mike. W, Mike. Mike with the 50 says, this guy proudly and defiantly lives at this intersection of stubborn and stupid peak MAGA. Bro, true, Mike. That was peak MAGA. It doesn't get any more MAGA than that, man. Thank you for the $50. Peter, thank you for the $20. Who says, why do so many Trump supporters have the same insanely annoying sounding voice? Honestly, this dude makes me wish I was deaf. Jesus, Peter. I appreciate you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Peter down below. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
March 16, 2008.
Okay, I don't know if I trust you. Let me thank a couple people here. Miss Anissa. Holy fucking shit. Thank you for the $75 donation on PayPal. Anissa, you are the fucking goat. Let's get 750 Anissa W's down below. That is a majorly kind donation. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you so much, Anissa. Show some love to Anissa down below. W. Anissa. Holy cow. Anissa with the $75 says, listening to you utterly humiliate the dipshits who support Cheeto McTaco Tits. You've been watching a little bit too much of that one podcast. It's ran by the two women. I forget what it's called. Is the best therapy I've ever experienced. Thank you. Keep up the good fight and stay safe. Well, I appreciate you for the kind words, Anissa. I'm so happy that you get something positive out of these streams, and it's so kind of you. Same thing to you, Miss Melissa. Thank you for the $150 donation on PayPal. What is going on today? Thank you so much, Melissa. Thank you guys so much for the love. Genuinely, that is so kind of you. That is so much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you, Melissa. Let's get 2,000 Melissa W's down below. Melissa with $150 says, hey, Dean, I was unaware that YouTube and TikTok took part of your donation. Yes, they both take around 60% if you're on an Apple device. I want you to have the full amount, so here's the difference to make up for it. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, Melissa. That is so kind. Keep fighting the good fight and being a true ally. Thank you for shining a light during these dark times. From Melly Mo. Well, Melissa, genuinely, thank you so much. Not just for the $150, which is a crazy donation, but just genuinely for the very, very, very kind words. Thank you so much. Thank you. E, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, E. Who says, been watching for the last couple of weeks. Can't believe you're only 21. You're an inspiring young man. Thanks, E. Let's get 200 EWs. Sorcha, thank you for the $20. Who says, so glad that this went through. I've sent a couple previous dono student account that never went through. I don't know. It's working now, but I'm going to just go with it. W Debate Boy. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Sorcha. And I appreciate you for the $20. Thank you as well, Campbell, for the $20. Who says, keep it up, dog. We appreciate you. Thank you. A huge shout out to you. Mel, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, hope you're doing okay. We're finally starting to come back. It's been a rough couple of days, though. And we have one last person to thank for now, then we're going to hop into that debate. Miss Mel. Thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate you, Mel. That is MEL. Let's get 1,000 Mel W's. I appreciate you so much for the love. Genuinely, guys, you have been so kind to me today. Just know that like all of the donations that we're receiving are going to be going to a very, very good cause. There have been a lot of threats to the safety, security, and lives of me and my family. And in turn, I have to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to keep us safe. So all of the donations today and for the foreseeable future will be going directly into the safety and security of me and my loved ones. Thank you, Mel, for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Mel W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Mikey, do you support Trump?
Yo, what about me?
Don't worry, we'll get there, Nate. Mikey, do you support Trump?
I'm ready.
Okay, Nate, it's all you. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right, I support Trump because I like what he's doing with ICE, and I don't support trans people.
Okay, so trans people bad, therefore Trump good. Would you ever make a trans person president?
I would not.
Do you think it's worse to be trans or to call for the execution of innocent Americans?
Nah, I don't think anyone should be executed. I think transgender is like a mental problem, and I think that should just not be in the U.S.
You know, what qualifications do you have? A high school diploma?
Yeah, and my OSHA 30.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that you're a minor. We're going to go to kick you. But the question there was, if you would never make a trans person president, and you think that it's worse to like call for the execution of your political opponents than it is to be trans, then why do you make Trump president, considering the fact that's something that he's done? I'm going to kick him, though, because I'm pretty sure he's a kid. Let's go to get the next
Hey,
guest
man,
connected.
don't forget you raped that girl.
Which girl did I rape? Tell me. Was it Emily, the person who stole the identity of an innocent 13-year-old girl from Australia? Or Addison, the person that stole the identity of an innocent 16-year-old girl from Missouri? Apparently we'll never learn because he left. Let's go to get the next guest connected. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult who supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go. We got Olivia loading up inside of the queue. Only up inside of the box if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. Only up inside of the box if you do happen to be MAGA. Olivia's not loading in. We got the next guest, MAGA woman, connecting. MAGA woman is loading up. In the meantime, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Yo, Zach. Thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo, Zach. I appreciate you. Show some love to Zach down below. Zach with the $50 says, I'll donate you $50 every single time somebody falsely accuses you of rape, just to disincentivize people from falsely accusing you of rape. I appreciate you for the love. This is very kind of you, man. Let's get 500 Zach W's. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Zach. W, Zach. W, Zach in that chat. Brooke, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born March 30th, 2008.
March 30th, 2008. You sound really young. I got to ask you a couple clarifying questions. I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
No, I don't.
Oh, shit. Your bio says, what does Jesus do? Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Do you agree that intentionally telling a lie is a mortal sin that separates you from God?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you accept that if you were lying about your age, that would separate you from God?
Yeah.
This is a kid, bro. I don't trust you.
I'm not a kid.
No, that's a child. There's just like a certain way that children talk. It has to do with like the way that you pronounce words, breathing on the mic. I don't know. I don't trust you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. In fact, I do, Dean.
How old are you?
I am 19 years old.
What year are you born in?
I was born in 2007.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Mostly because of, my parents really have a big influence on me. I've always supported Trump in my life and the abortion policy.
Abortion. Why do you guys want to debate me on abortion? Why do you want to debate me on abortion?
And
Just
the
why?
next reason is because I met Dean on the way to Chicago, where Dean was all.
Only opposite of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite of the box if you're here for debate. David, we got you loading up. Leo, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Leo W's. That is Leigho. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Leo with the 20 says, if you're interested in the intersection trans people in MAGA, check out transmedicalism ideology. Blair White is a prime example. Big time turf apologetics. I'm pretty sure that I've heard of transmed. I appreciate you for the $20. Thank you. Same thing to you, Hudson. Thank you for the $4. Cameron, thank you for the $10. Who says, talking big potato activities with little potato people. I appreciate you for the love, Cameron. Then Ava, thank you for the $5. And Tommy, appreciate you for the $25. Who says, Dean, haven't been on for a week or two. Did I hear you say that somebody is threatening you and yours? Fuck them and keep up the good work, my friend. You sure did, Tommy. Life's been a little bit scary recently, but, we're taking care of it by making the proper investments into our security. I appreciate you for the $25, my friend. Let's get 250 Tommy W's down below. The party system is dumb. Do you support Trump?
So no, I don't. But I know you said to only join if you're MAGA. But my question to you, and sorry, I'm breaking your rules, but why? So from what I know, you're a Democrat, yes, and you support the left side.
Well, I'm actually a little bit further left than the Democratic Party, but I vote blue.
Okay, and if that's the case, from what I've heard, you have. I don't know if you can debate this on here. Do you have beliefs on Israel and like what's going on in Gaza and stuff like that?
Yeah, Israel sucks. Are you driving?
Okay, and yes, I am.
Okay, can't be on TikTok Live while you're driving, my friend. Let's go to get the next guest connected. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be here for debate, please. And thank you. Moving on to the next guest, Butcher Core. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. Thank you, Breezy Allen, for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, thank you for not giving up despite everything that's been thrown at you. They're trying to silence you. Don't let them win. Love from Canada. Yeah, man. They want to kill me. They really tried their best to kill me. And thankfully, their antics are starting to dwell down now, but I will never forget the time that the right tried to kill me. Because that's exactly what the last week has been. That's exactly what the million reshares of a false allegation where they'd stole the identity of a minor on X was. That's exactly what the intentional peddling of such bold-faced lies was. It's exactly what it was. Okay? No way to sugarcoat it. No way, Jose. Let's go and get the next guest connected. We got Playboy loading up inside of the queue. Welcome in. Jasmine, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm British, but I live in Washington.
Sorry, I heard the I'm British and I kicked you. Understand that you just said I live in Washington. Feel free to hop back inside of the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? El Toto.
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
22.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I see how you talk to about all this stuff. I'm from Spain, all right? So I have a very different view from, I don't know if you know a bunch of Spain.
Appreciate you for coming up. We're just looking for people in America. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Spain is a beautiful country, though. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Let's go to get the next guest, Ethan Haas, connected to the live stream. And Sharp, thank you for the $50 donation on Super Chat. Holy cow, thank you so much. Let's get 500 Sharp W's. It's very kind of you. Sharp with the 50 says, hey, Dean, can I get you to debate my brother at some point? He's super MAGA and claims that Trump's presidency is one of the best in history. He's an absolutely massive ego, but I don't have the debate skills to take him down a peg. Let's set it up. Download TikTok, make an account if you don't have one already. Next time you're with your brother, hop in that queue and then send me like another message on Super Chat saying that you're there and we'll get you up. Finley and Ethan, welcome in, you guys. Ethan, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
What about you,
Make sure
Finley?
you hit your geek bar, nigga.
Yes. Finley, how old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2008.
What time is it?
8.
Go back to your teen crumpets. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get Clark loaded up inside of the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello. Oh, looks like they just left. Guys, moving on to the next guest. I'm going to go to the bottom of the queue. Let's see who's been here the longest. It says this person's been here the longest. Lippy, thank you for the $30 donation on TikTok. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's get 300 Libby W's down below. Who says, I can't imagine a world in which people hate a progressive liberal more than actual pedophiles. I can. Thank you for the $30, Libby. Let's get 300 Libby W's down below in that comment section. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 7:18 p.m. in Florida, Miami.
What's the capital of Florida?
Tallahassee. Tallahassee?
Tallahassee. I'm pretty sure that's true. Okay. What's one state to the north of Florida?
What's that? The north of Florida? I think it's California. I think.
Have a good rest of your day, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate. We're gonna go to get Alex loaded up inside of the queue. That's funny. That's hilarious. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, Alex. You're connected to the live stream. Do you support Trump?
Can I hit your geek bar, nigger?
And banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. We got Daniel loading up inside of the queue. Where is that child's parents? Silver Nash, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Silver W's. Thank you. Silver with the 20 says, how likely are you to welcome hardcore conservatives with open arms if they, after all of this crap has happened, they turn around to say that they wanted to join the Dems? If those white supremacists admit defeat, would you welcome them? Well, I mean, I think that pre-assumes that like any person serves as the welcomer or the as the acceptor of truth. Like I'm happy that they'll believe in truth. If they want to be a part of the coalition, I'm sure that they'd have a long journey to win everybody's respect back, especially if they're white supremacists. And I'm not even sure what that would look like. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. All right. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on. Hey, Brittany, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. Who says, surrounded by MAGA people, you keep me sane. Thank you for especially making today better because I got a flat tire twice today. Twice? Oh my God. I'm so sorry to hear that, Brittany. That is actually terrible. I feel so bad for you. Thank you for the $20. Dylan, thank you for the $10. Who says, don't stop proving them wrong, Dean, even when they physically can't fathom the idea of being wrong. Oh, I'll never stop. I love this shit way too much. Let's see here. Annie, thank you for the $10. Who says, don't people realize that by forcing rape victims to have the baby, men are basically allowed to choose who they want to be the mother of their child? Kind of creepy to me. That's all. Thanks, Dean. That is kind of creepy, and that's a really good thought. Lalita, no, not Lalita. Latita? If I'm butchering your name, I apologize. Latita, thank you for the $10. Who says, do you know anything about the Epstein jail video? Metadata says 1 minute was missing, but we can see 30 minutes of editing tools in the overlay. I'm not familiar with that video at all, but I do know that it sparked major controversies. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Sort of. So we're born on the 6th, well, 6th, so we're 19, we was born in September, and we've just freshly moved to New York to go to NYU University. And we have been waiting for absolutely months to get on your debate laws, but we really wanted to respect that you only want Americans on there. So we don't necessarily agree with Trump. We just really wanted your opinion on some of our perspectives on the debate, if that was okay. And I know like your debate right now isn't about that, but we've got like this theory sort of thing that like having like people who say like Noah earlier and the man who was trans and stuff, was that like they're basically saying that a woman having their period is murder, like having an egg is murder. Does that make sense? Like,
I mean, yeah, I understand how under some versions of the pro-life theory you could reduce it down to saying that the death of a sperm cell or egg would be murder in accordance with their logic is a slippery slope. I don't believe that you are in America because you posted photos of your surroundings and they're beautiful, but they're European beauty. Like the architecture of the beautiful places that you've been visiting recently are definitely not in New York. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Anna joining in. I do love that old school European architecture though. It's so great. You know, like the cobblestone streets and the colorful, beautiful houses, the super small doors. It's really cool, but you don't find that. You don't find that in America really. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Trumpy loading up inside of the queue. We got the next guest connecting. Hey, thank you for the $10, Emmy, who says, longtime VOD watcher. Happy I was able to catch a stream. Just wanted to let you know to stay strong and keep changing minds. Hey, I appreciate you, Emmy. I'll try my best. We got a lot of minds to change. Welcome in, Trumpy. Do you support Trump? Hello? Trumpy's not here, so we're going to kick them out and move on. We are just looking for some Trump supporters to debate today, everyone. We're just looking for some Trump supporters to debate today, everyone. If you're an American adult that supports Trump as president and you can't get into the queue because of how many trolls are in that queue, feel free to send a 1-penny goat gift on TikTok, and I will start accepting people up that send those gifts. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We are trying our best. We have like 3 people loading in. Not a single one of them seems like they're here for a debate. Gonna kick Olivia out. We're gonna kick JJ out. We got Shawnee loading in. Shawnee just sent a gift, so I think that Shawnee will indeed load in. Welcome in, Shawnee. Do you support Trump? Okay, it doesn't even look like Shawnee's here, but that doesn't make any sense because like Shawnee just sent a gift. We're going to go ahead and send an invite to Avril. Looking for the next guest, everybody. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. I think that maybe the queue is just broken at this moment in time, everyone. We're trying our best here. We're really trying our best here. It seems like there might be a little bit of a glitch. They can't log in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's an issue with the queue. We can actually fix that real quick. Yeah, we're going to quickly fix that. It seems like it's broken. Luckily, I can force restart the queue. It'll just make my face go frozen for 5 seconds. So don't scroll, everybody. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping away the phone screen. My face is just going to freeze for 5 seconds, and then I'll be back. The live's not going to end. Don't go anywhere. All right, we have to completely restart TikTok Studio. I'm hoping that that'll help out. There's been such crazy glitches recently with TikTok. I know that TikTok is aware of them, but they just suck. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you don't gotta go anywhere. All right, continue live. Alrighty, welcome back in, everyone. I know that it doesn't show the title of the live stream above me because all the pictures also reset, but don't worry, those will repopulate here in a couple moments. Let's go to try to get the next guest up here. Only do up inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Thank you, everyone, so very much for being here. That was a forced reset of the queue. Hopefully that took care of the issue. Let's go ahead and try to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you do happen to be here for debate, everyone. All right, yeah, this is crazy. I still think that... Oh, someone got in. What? Oh, Richard got in. I'm on the line! Okay, so it looks like people are loading in now. Perfect. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Guys, there we go. The overlay's back. If you're an American adult and you do want to join the stream, feel free to send a 1-penny goat gift on TikTok, and we will be accepting people that send that 1-penny goat gift. Hey, welcome in, Luca. Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say you're the GOAT, and...
Thanks, Luca. I would really appreciate you if you would follow the rules of the live stream, though. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Taco loading up inside of the queue. This is kind of unreal, guys. Please follow the rules. It's kind of crazy.
Yo, fuck your mom, bro. I support Trump. Fuck ICE. Fuck you.
Okay, he accidentally said fuck ICE. Whoops. A little bit of a slip up there. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Nick loading in. Thank you, Dustin, for the $10 on Venmo for the security fund to help you and your loved ones stay safe. Thanks, Dustin. And then Amelia, thank you for the $2. Very, very kind of you. Quite frankly, very kind. Moving on to the next guest right now. Right away, folks. We'll be moving on to the next guest, guys. Looking for the next guest. We just got a lot of children inside of the queue. Trying my best, everyone. Welcome in, John. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. And I hate you.
Okay, John. I think that you're a child. Funny. Do you support Trump?
Hi, I sent you a donation yesterday explaining why I'm in the queue. Eleanor.
What are you in the queue for?
I'm British, so you can kick me out if you want, but it was for the your views on childhood abortion.
Yeah, that, if a child's raped and they're impregnated and they're really young, that they should have to get an abortion?
Yeah, so, firstly, I'd like to start by saying I agree with basically everything you've said beyond this. I find these lives really interesting. And I'm also very left-leaning in things. But for me, as a woman, I do feel that the government shouldn't have control over people's bodies, especially children's, in either way. I agree that children should get an abortion if they get pregnant, but I do think that it
Then,
shouldn't
like,
be a law. That feels really dangerous.
Then who should? Then who should have when Lena Medina, 5-year-old girl raped and impregnated, who should have control over her body?
I think medical professionals. I think that when in situations like that, I think that therapists and doctors should be consulted to involve themselves in child and their case.
Well, let me explain
and
this
work
to you.
with the child and their family.
Let
Yeah,
me
go
explain
for it.
this to
I'm
you.
very open.
You're
I'm
saying
very
that like the family
open
should
to
be able to
listening.
choose if she keeps that pregnancy.
No,
the
not
doctors
the family,
and the
definitely not the
therapist.
family.
So the doctors and the therapists should be able to choose if the 5-year-old
Yeah.
girl keeps pregnant. Listen, the reason why I disagree with you is because if a single doctor or therapist said that it was a good idea for that 5-year-old girl to keep that pregnancy, that they should lose their license.
I agree with you there.
Oh, okay. So
but-
then you're saying that ultimately they should have to get the abortion, and anybody who disagrees is crazy.
But by the doctor's rule, not the government's. Because also I worry
So
that
if
we
the
make
doctor
that law-
rules that she should keep that pregnancy, do you think that she should keep that pregnancy?
No, and I also think that the
So
doctor should
then
lose
you
their
don't think it
license
should be
because
by
that
the
would a bad
doctor's rule.
doctor.
You just think that it is a boring, obvious judgment that young children who are raped and impregnated should not keep those pregnancies. So let's enforce
Yeah.
it. Every young child who is raped and impregnated should have to get an abortion.
Can I explain what I think would happen if that was made a law?
Yeah, but if it wasn't a law, then what would it be? Then we'd just be seeing pregnant children roaming around free?
Well, it's
no.
not a law now. But I think that that needs to be changed. So my worry is that if it was a law, there would be children in bad situations with pro-lifer parents who would then hide their child's pregnancy from medical professionals, and therefore they wouldn't get any medical help, they wouldn't get any mental health support, things like that. And also, so for very young children, I understand more, but also for, say, a 15-year-old, I know
when they hide that young child from professionals, that means that they're not letting that young child go to school. And what happens when a child doesn't show up to school is that then officials go to their house and they check on the child. Like we have support systems in place for exactly that.
There's ways though around that, like homeschooling, they don't have constant checkups, moving schools constantly, saying there's medical issues, going doctor shopping, getting diagnoses from doctors saying that they can't come into school for whatever reason. I just think that it's dangerous.
Yeah. Well,
And
I
completely
definitely
understand
I
and
see
respect
your
your
worry.
opinion.
I see your worry here. But I mean, I don't think that that's any more dangerous than a parent with a child who's raped and impregnated forcing that child to keep the pregnancy in the first place at all.
Yeah.
Like the point is that this will reduce young childhood pregnancy, and that's something that we need to do because it is child abuse to allow a child to keep a pregnancy. Like this same logic could be applied to any child abuse laws. Like, we shouldn't criminalize parents hitting children because maybe if we did criminalize parents hitting children, well, then they would be too scared to take their child to the doctors after they hit them if they think that they might be in serious medical trouble. Like, okay, yeah, like I could see that incentivizing parents that hit their kids to not then take that kid to the doctor afterwards. But does this mean that we should decriminalize parents abusing their children?
Yeah,
we have child abuse laws for a reason. If we're going to outlaw some forms of child abuse, then we need to outlaw all forms of child abuse. And endorsing a child to keep a pregnancy, in my mind, is absolutely a form of child abuse. And then for all of the concerns relevant to the conversation, such as those that you brought up, well, they could like hide that child from the relevant professionals, doctors, and so on and so forth. Well, that's when systems such as CPS step in. Okay? That's why we have systems in place to reach out to these children and ensure that children are where they're supposed to be at school, where there's like professional oversight on maybe standardized checkups with medical health professionals. I just think the issue that you have from your argument is if you're going to apply this to child abuse as it relates to forcing a child to keep a pregnancy, why wouldn't you just extend this logic to all types of child abuse, leading to the conclusion that from your perspective, we should completely decriminalize child abuse point blank period?
Yeah, that does make sense. I think for me, the main difference is that, and I know exactly what you're going to respond to this, so give me a sec, that abortions can be very traumatic. And you're going to say, so are pregnancies, so are births. I completely agree with you there. But I do think that forcing, especially like an older child, maybe 15, 16, into getting an abortion when they do feel you know, if their family situation, their medical situation, their mental situation could be capable of getting through a pregnancy and a birth, forcing them still to get...
When you say like capable of getting through a pregnancy or birth, are you just saying that they won't die?
No, I mean that they can get through it without, I mean, yeah, without dying, but also without, you know, long-lasting mental trauma from being pregnant and birth as a child.
I think that suggestion is definitely false. I don't think that a 14, 15-year-old child could go through getting raped, being impregnated, and then giving birth without long-lasting issues taken away from them.
I did not mean being raped. I meant being...
Oh, like my argument is specifically for victims of rape.
Oh, sorry, we had a misunderstanding there. I'm talking about...
So as it relates to my logic, for victims of rape for young children, do you agree with it?
I don't know.
Okay, well then explain this to me. If you think that the counter argument is that, well, then all of a sudden parents with children that are raped and impregnated won't take those children to get checkups from doctors because now it's illegal for them to keep that pregnancy. Why wouldn't we just be able to extend that logic to all other forms of child abuse too?
That child abuse, extend that logic to the thought process.
Yeah, like there's many other ways to abuse a child outside of forcing them to keep a pregnancy. You could hit them, you could beat them, you could starve them. Okay, but now because it's illegal to hit, beat, and starve your child, now if a child is hit, beat, or starved, and there's a possible emergence of a serious medical health concern from the abuse or starvation, well, they're not going to take that child into the doctor to get that medical health concern checked up on, because if they do, then they'll be arrested for child abuse. The same way they would if they were to take their child in that's pregnant when they want that child to keep the pregnancy. So if you think that that's good reason to not restrict child pregnancy in scenarios of rape victims, why is this also not good reason to decriminalize all other forms of child abuse as well?
I mean, yeah, it's hard. They're two different things that are also two of the same things, I suppose. Honestly, my main worry is similar to the death penalty. No matter what's right or wrong, I just don't think that the government should have control over people's bodies.
Okay.
Anyone's.
Ali, thank you so much for the wild mic. Okay, well then the question is, who should have that control? The parents?
Doctors and therapists.
Okay, so the doctors and therapists should have control over the bodies of the children. Okay, well that's enforced by what? The government. So that's still by proxy governmental control over the bodies of children.
Yeah, but then governmental control.
And then like also like we're already agreeing here, okay, that the government does have control over the bodies of children in many other senses too. They force the bodies of children to go to school because that's instrumentally rational for the future of that child. Do you agree with that form of government control over the bodies of children?
Yeah, but that's less. I wouldn't say that's controlling their body. That's not making a medical procedure happen.
I think that's absolutely controlling their bodies, because it's forcing them to be in a certain place for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And the thing is the reason why we typically have this conversation of like, oh, the government shouldn't have control over your body, you should have control over your body, is with respect to bodily autonomy, because you have the capacity for choice in of yourself. Why should any government body be able to revoke that capacity of choice from you and give it to themselves? But my position is that as it relates to a young child, they don't even have that capacity of choice. I don't think that a young child has bodily autonomy in the relevant sense to the capacity of choice to keep a pregnancy and give birth to a child. Okay, and you're saying like, oh, the government shouldn't be able to do this. Why? It's for the greater good. This obviously is what would promote the better outcomes. In any other alternative state of affairs where we're like not saying that rape children who are pregnant should have to get an abortion, well, then we're just ensuring that there's more rape children who are pregnant that will be giving birth. That's bad. Why would we not prefer the state of affairs in which there are less children giving birth compared to the state of affairs in which there are more children giving birth?
Okay. Yeah, that has made me understand things more. I do still worry about lasting effects on the child, but I suppose that could be navigated with further therapy and things like that afterwards, and also getting the child in a better situation.
And there's just very clearly less lasting effects as it would relate to a child getting an abortion compared to a child being pregnant and giving birth. Like, imagine that there's a child who fell into a ravine and had their arm stuck in between two boulders. You have two options. Either leave them there to starve and die, or cut their arm off. Okay, like we're clearly going to say that we should cut their arm off and take them out of that ravine in every single scenario. And if anybody would disagree, they're engaging in child neglect and abuse. It's very wrong to disagree with that. Okay, but will cutting their arm off still have some lasting effects? Like, yeah. But those are just simply the more preferable lasting effects to the alternative of letting them die. Very similarly, like, yeah, I'm sure that having a child who's raped and pregnant go through an abortion would be a very traumatic thing, just simply a less traumatic thing in every single instance, in contrast to the alternative of forcing them to bear that pregnancy and give birth to a child.
Yeah, I don't think... Can I preface here and say, by the way, I'm very pro-choice, like very. I'm not at all a pro-lifer. I think some people in the chat think that I am, and I'm really not.
But I just want to let you know that this conversation doesn't concern the pro-choice theory, because
Yeah.
a child who's
This
raped and
is a different
impregnated doesn't have the
conversation.
capacity to choose pregnancy and childbirth. Like this,
Yeah,
this
of
is so
course.
irrelevant to the pro-choice theory because they don't have the capacity to choose.
Yeah.
Like this isn't even about
where-
pro-choice.
Just out of interest, where do you, from just a personal standpoint, think that the like cutoff in age should be?
Okay, well, I mean, before we even talk about a cutoff in age, I need to see if you agree with my logic. Like, do
No,
you
I
agree with the
do.
logic to any age? Okay, so you do agree that this is something that would be good to do for young children who are raped and impregnated. You just don't see where that line would fall. For me, definitely 15 and
Yeah,
younger.
after talking to you, yeah, that's why I got in the queue, because I wanted not only you to understand my point of view as a woman, as a young woman. I'm 22, but you know.
For me,
but
definitely
also-
15 and for me, definitely 15 and under. But I'm going to move on back to the Trump debates. But
Okay,
I was happy that I was
no
able
worries.
to change your
Thank
mind
you so
on
much for
the
talking
logic.
to me.
Yeah, sure. You
Great,
take care.
thanks. Have a good night.
Yep, you too. Let's go to get the next guest connected. She brought up a valid concern. She did bring up a valid concern. It actually took me a second to think about what a good response would be to her concern. So she brought up a good point. Made me think. That's the first time I've had to think in a debate on this live stream in a long time. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Garrett, hello? Garrett's not here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Sean loading up into the queue.
Hello?
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. 2 sentences or less. Why do you support Trump?
Because of his abortion policies and his immigration policies.
Abortion policies and immigration policies. I support Trump for the same 2 reasons that everybody who's joined Dean's stream in the last 2 months has also support Trump. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If Donald Trump killed 14 million people, would you still support him as president?
No.
So Donald Trump defunded USAID, and because of that, there are 14 million people across the globe that are projected to die over the course of the next 4 years.
But did he directly kill them himself?
Yeah, I think that he's responsible for their deaths in a counterfactual sense. That would be, if he never defunded USAID, then they would not have died.
Dean, can I play you a song?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
You could respond to the argument.
Well, that is a good point. I guess I don't support Trump anymore.
Nice, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Mask. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Super Chat. Massive W. That's very kind of you. I appreciate you, Mask. Show some love to Mask down below in that comment section. That is very, very kind of you. Mask with $100 says the only way to win against abusers or bullies is to not let what was done to harm you control you. In other words, quote unquote, don't let the bastards bring you down, be loved as you are. I appreciate you, Mask. You'll always have something super wise to say, and you always say it accompanied with like a bajillion-dollar donation. I really appreciate you for the love, Mask. That's very kind of you, as per usual. Please show some major love to Mask down below in that comment section. I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you, Mask. Same thing to Cat with a $10. I appreciate you. Who says, would you ever do a live where you set a debate topic like this and open the floor to non-MAGA? I think it would be fun to see you debate somebody with an IQ over the speed limit more often. No, I agree. Like I said, I actually had to think about what my response would be to one of her points. That's the first time I've ever had to like put conscious thought into an argument that I guess has given me in like months. So maybe we should do that more, you know? Appreciate you for the love. Same thing to you. Let's see here. May, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollar donation. You're awesome, May. May with the 28 Canadian bucks says, hey, from Quebec, I hate Trump. He criticizes our culture, like our French labeling on products. Today, he also announced on Truth Social that he's planning on imposing 50% tariffs on Canadian cars and steel. What an asshole. Fuck Trump. Love you. Shout out Canada. Appreciate you for the 27 Canadian dollars. Same thing to you, Silver Nash. Thank you for the $10 as well. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Jack, you sound young as fuck. How old are you? Be honest.
I'm 18. My
Jack?
birthday was 2 months ago.
You expect me to believe that, Jack?
Yes, sir.
What's your birthday?
June 16th, 2008.
Jack, I don't believe you.
All right. I mean, I don't really know. You want me to say it? Like, if you don't believe me, then you don't believe me. But I'm 18.
I guess so, Jack. I guess so. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got another Jack in the queue. Nice. Someone in the chat says, just do it, OMG. No, I have to be pretty careful about minor safety. Think about it. There's like 25,000 people right now watching on TikTok. So not only would it possibly be putting a child in front of a really large audience, but then also having that child say really controversial things in which sometimes can lead to like harassment and death threats and shit like that. Like, no, I can't risk doing that to a kid. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Gonna have that on my conscience. Okay, we got Jack and MAGA Lover, but it doesn't look like they're connecting, so we're gonna kick them both and move on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Tristan loading up inside of the queue. Max, thank you for the 20 bucks over on PayPal. He says, yo, Dean and my family moved to Canada because of Trump. Well, I hope you guys are living a better life. Appreciate you for the 20 bucks. Grace, thank you for the $20.
Charlie Cook.
Grace, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, for 2 years, your streams have brought me comfort and knowledge. I wanted to ask you your thoughts on Trump pushing for deep sea mining that destroys our oceans. For instance, in the UK, this is deeply concerning. Well, I guess it would depend on like the exact deep sea mining that's taking place. Chances are I'd probably disagree with it though. I do appreciate you for the $20, Grace. Thank you for the love. And Mel, holy shit, Mel, dude, thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Show some major love to Mel while we're looking for the next guest. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's get 2,000 Mel W's. Thank you so much from the very bottom of my heart. That is fucking ridiculously kind of you. Thank you, Mel. Mel, the $200 says the fact that these people believe these ridiculous accusations also explains why they were gullible enough to vote for Trump in the first place. Your voice matters. What you do continues to matter. You are so appreciated. Stay safe and take care of you and yours. I appreciate you, Mel. It's very kind of you. I appreciate you for the love. You are awesome. I don't deserve a penny of that. Please show some major love to Mel down below in that comment section. Thank you. Holy W, quite frankly. WW Mel. I'd also like to quickly thank Cully. Thank you for the $5. And Brooklyn, thank you for the $15. I'm going to keep that message to myself. Just know that I appreciate you for that love, okay? Alrighty. Looking for the next guest right now, everyone. Looking for the next guest right now. I'm sorry that it's taken us a while, quite frankly. Quite frankly, it's taken us a while. There's so many AFK people in the queue. Oh, we got someone. Emma, do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say that in Italy, MAGA means witch. So, yes, I'm going to...
Yanis, do you support Trump? Hello? Someone in the comment section called me Charlie Kirk's worst enemy. I mean, I was on his ass before he died, bro. I was calling that dude out. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Unknown loading in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Chase?
Oh, shoot. My bad. I didn't even realize I requested.
No worries. Moving on to the next guest. It is really taking us a while today. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Retrace, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, he just left. By the way, that person has been in the queue for the last 3 days straight. I finally decided to let them up. All that we hear is them running, and then they leave the live. Okay. Kat, thank you for the $10. I agree with you. It's about time, for sure. James, thank you for the $25. Who says Republican here? I just want to say that I appreciate your humor and demeanor on stream. Would still love to debate you sometimes. James, feel free to hop in that queue. I'll bring you up. It doesn't seem like we're really finding too many people right now anyways. Zachary, thank you for the $25 donation. Who says, Dean, take care of your mental health. I love hearing you easily handle trolls and those who have no idea about proofs, logic, or fallacies. Is there any chance that you'd set up some debates online with people who actually have a clue? I would love to start doing that, man. You know, that's actually what I do in my free time. I just have a backup account where I join lives with people that actually have a clue, and we go back and forth. I do that for hours a day. Thank you for the $25, Zachary. Corey, you support Trump?
I support certain things, not all things, but I do support some things.
Are the some things that he's doing that you support have anything to do with abortion or immigration?
Some things in the big beautiful bill was okay. Some things were not. I do want to say, Dean, I'm not a Dean hater. I actually respect a lot of stuff that you say and do. For me, I try to be as American and try to support what we have while we have it until something else happens. I think that, like Kamala, for example, I think that she didn't have enough time to really give us a platform for her to run on. So I think that kind of
that's actually going to be the question that I asked you. If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
I mean, I would vote for Harris if it was more. I think that a lot of things she said kind of contradicted.
All right, man. Appreciate you for having me up. We're looking for people that answer Trump to that question. You're based. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got the Beatles lover 17 connecting to the live stream. Quite frankly, welcome in, Beatles lover. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I am 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
I was born 2008 February.
And why do you support this freak?
I support him because of his immigration and because he supports Israel, and I also support Israel a lot.
Oh, America first or Israel first?
Both.
So both? Well, I would argue that we should not put Israel first in any sense. They're a terrible, terrible, terrible country. If we have any allyship or cooperation with them, we need to drop it immediately. Of course, there are many ethical concerns due to their mass human rights violations on the Lebanese and Palestinian and Iranian people, but also just because they're a bad friend.
Genocide?
Yes, I do think that there's a genocide, but I think that is probably the most complex conversation to have concerning why you shouldn't support Israel. I think that there's a much easier and less complex conversation to have about why you shouldn't support Israel by just recognizing that they're committing mass war crimes. They're committing mass war crimes of the Lebanese people. They've flattened the 25-mile radius of the southern strip of the country. They're committing mass war crimes of the Palestinian people, killing children, killing innocent men and women. They are stealing Palestinian land and attempting to illegally annex their homes in the West Bank and Gaza. They're on this war of terror against innocent Iranians. No, we shouldn't support this country.
Yeah, but look, is it genocide if you could terminate the whole Gaza in 1 second?
Yes.
They don't do that. They don't do that. They could do that.
Okay, so you're just saying that, they could be killing more people than they already are, therefore it's not genocide. Okay, Hitler could have invaded America, or at least tried, therefore the Holocaust wasn't a genocide either, right? But I don't think that you're really listening to the points that I'm making. I do agree that what they're doing is a genocide. I think that is probably the most complex conversation to have surrounding international law, UN, Israel, death totals, intent, so on and so forth. I just think that there's an easier argument to make for why you shouldn't support Israel. I made that argument. Please respond to that argument.
What was the argument again?
So you weren't listening.
I was listening for a bit, but not the whole thing.
Yeah, they're committing mass war crimes against Palestinian individuals and Lebanese individuals.
Yeah, you said, but I think also the Arabian countries are attacking them. They have been attacked for multiple years now.
Okay, so you accept that they're committing mass war crimes, but then you're just also saying that other countries in the region are also attacking them. Is that your position?
Kinda.
Okay, would you ever support these Arab countries?
No.
Why?
Well, because the thing for me is, if you live in Israel, you have freedom of speech. The Jews accept everything.
Yeah,
but
the
if you would
innocent
live
children who the IDF soldiers have killed, did those children have freedom of speech?
The children in Gaza don't have freedom of speech.
And why don't they have freedom of speech?
Because they live in Palestine and they don't have freedom of speech. Women have less rights.
Oh, they have less rights. Well, I mean, you understand that we're definitely going to ensure that women have even less rights when we just kill them, right? Like Israel's been doing to the innocent Palestinians.
Yeah.
Like you're just saying that the reason why you don't support these Arab countries is because you think that they treat people poorly, okay? But you're accepting that Israel's engaging in mass war crimes directed towards Palestinian and Lebanese individuals. You accept that that's treating people poorly?
Yeah, that's treating people poorly. But
Okay, so you don't support Israel
even-
either. So the conclusion of your position is that you don't support Israel or the surrounding Arab countries.
Yeah, I support Israel, but not
Even though they're
surrounding
so you're saying that you don't support the Arab countries because they're treating people poorly, but you support Israel even though they're treating people poorly.
Well,
and you said
I
that like
don't
while
quite-
individuals like systemically have less rights depending on their demographic in Arab countries, the same thing is true about Israel. I mean, they're an ethno-state by their own constitution.
Yeah, okay. I don't support them like killing people in Gaza, but I respect them more than all the Arab countries because.
Okay, why would
the
you ever support an
people-
ethno-state? I think that it's a benevolent thing to uphold and believe in multicultural democracy. Written into the Constitution of Israel is the fact that they're an ethno-state. Their main function and purpose is to serve for Jewish individuals. They require a specific representation of Jewish individuals as their electorate. I think that is gravely immoral. I think that oppresses ethno or religious minorities within the state by fiat. And when you combine that with the war crimes that they're committing, I could just never support that state. And I don't want us to have anything to do with them.
But there are a lot of Catholics and Muslims in Israel too. You know that, right?
Including many like Catholic churches and Muslim mosques that have just been absolutely destroyed by the IDF. And in fact, you pointing out that there are, Catholics and Muslims in the state of Israel just shows how many people are being systemically oppressed by the state of Israel because it is a Jewish state serving two Jewish people. It says so in their constitution. They require Jewish representation and electorate, meaning that all non-Jewish individuals that live in the state are systemically oppressed in the sense that it is a state that has designated their purpose to not serve to them.
Wait, what? Can you repeat it again?
They're an
Or like what?
dude. They're an ethno-state. They say that they exist to serve two Jewish people.
Oh,
okay?
oh,
That's bad
yeah,
because
okay, but
it
still
means that they
open to
underserve
others.
to their non-Jewish constituents. And
Yeah,
plus
but
all the
they
war
still-
crimes that they're committing, it's really bad.
If I would live in Israel, they would still accept me. If I would live in other mostly like Afghanistan, Iran, I wouldn't even come in.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that that's true. But I don't think that you're responding to the point that I'm making.
Well,
Should
what's
you
the point?
support a state that is engaging in widespread war crimes in violation of international law?
Well, Israel, yes.
Why?
Because like I support them. Oh man, you got me on a hang there.
Yeah, it's really easy, dude.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, happy we could change your mind. Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Cool. We're really going outside of our typical comfort zone here with the debates today just because I can't find a fucking Trump supporter to talk to me. But I guess, hey, convincing people to not be pro-Israel is a good thing. So I'm happy that we're doing that too. Apparently. Wow. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Please and thank you. That's cool. Looking for the next guest, guys. If you are an American adult that supports Trump, please feel free to send the GOAT gift on TikTok. We are looking for Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter and you want to skip the line, send the GOAT gift on TikTok. Let's go and try to get the next guest up here. Isabella, do you still support Trump? Isabella, do you still support Trump?
Hello?
Do
Hello?
you still support Trump, Isabella?
I've been thinking about it a little bit, but I also would like to be reimbursed for my cents, please.
For your what?
My cents. I sent a goat gift and I want like my 20 cents back. I need that. This week's my 21st, guys, on Thursday. So
Yeah. You know what? I'll reimburse you for like the 5 cents that you sent me to get up here. If you reimburse me
actually
for the
way more than 5 cents. Just saying.
billion brain cells I've lost speaking to you over the course of the last year.
I do not think it was that many.
Oh, wait, also, you're not 21?
No, I don't turn 20 until Thursday.
Okay, because I remember when you joined my live stream last October on your way back to your apartment from a CU Boulders buff game at Folsom Arena, or what, Folsom Field. And I don't think that you were sober.
Me.
That wasn't you?
Yeah, how you know that was me?
But yet you think that we should deport undocumented immigrants for a victimless federal misdemeanor.
I think that we should deport illegal immigrants if they cross over.
If they break the law?
Illegally, because that's against the law.
Because it's against the law, Isabella,
Because it's against the law.
Yeah, we should punish them for breaking the law,
my
yeah?
gosh, but I'm a
Yeah,
citizen.
we should punish them for breaking the law, Isabella?
Yes, I'm a citizen. I'm not illegal.
Oh, okay. So this is just a rule that applies to undocumented immigrants.
What,
Not a
you think
rule that
I'm
applies to
illegal?
citizens like you that drink alcohol underage, or citizens like Trump that rape women in the 1990s.
I said I'll do my time.
Then go turn yourself in.
Why would I turn myself in for last October? Oh my gosh.
Okay, well,
That's literally like
apparently
you
you
saying,
think that undocumented immigrants should be deported even if they came into the country with the use of undocumented means 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh, that's like you saying, oh yeah, go hit your vape. Oh, because he's 21, guys, by the way. But no, that's literally like you saying, oh my gosh, if you lie, blah, 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 go turn yourself in. That's exactly how you sound right now.
Yeah, you need to go turn yourself in, bro.
I am not going to waste the, cops' time for
You're not wasting their time.
So,
You're turning
yes,
yourself
I
in
am.
for something illegal that you did.
Why don't you go turn yourself in?
For what?
For freaking losing so many brain cells. Should be
I don't think
illegal
that's
to lose that
illegal.
many brain cells.
I think it should. I think it should be illegal to cause me to lose that many brain cells.
I've
Isabella?
never done that. I think that you talk to way more other people that are way slower than I am. It's not my fault that
don't say
Okay. Don't
Okay,
say
Isabella,
that.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
I would still vote for Trump. No, that's insane. What?
Why?
Because no tax on overtime. Oh wait, actually I did work a load of I haven't been in the queue for a while. You probably saw that because I've been working my butt off. Unlike you, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. y'all. And I
work my butt off. I'm a blue collar worker. I work with tools like you all day long.
Oh my gosh, no you do not.
tools
You
like
literally
you
work
all
on a
day
computer
long.
talking to people that are like, I don't know.
Work with tools all day long.
No.
Isabella.
I worked 8 to 9
If
p.m.
you were
What
any
happened to
more
my-
intelligent,
what
then you'd get that
happened?
joke.
What? I know what you mean. But anyway, wait. What happened to the tips? No, I mean not tips. The no taxes on overtime. What happened to that? Because
you
it seems
telling us
like
that you're getting taxed on your overtime, Isabella?
yes, guys. What happened to that? I'm kind of confused about that because that was one of my big
Aw.
factors.
Aw, I'm sorry, Isabella. Now, why do you support Trump? Why would you vote for Trump in an election tomorrow, please?
I would vote for him because I'm not a socialist, like all the other side of the leftists.
So everybody to the left of Trump is a socialist. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my gosh, thank you for the galaxy, James. Oh my gosh,
Shut
thank
up.
you so much.
Shut up.
No,
Answer the question.
yo, did you just? Okay, that's not very feminist of you. I thought you were a feminist.
I am a feminist.
You just told a female to shut up,
I
aka
did.
me.
That is
Yeah,
something I
exactly.
did
That's
do.
not very feminist.
You know what is less feminist of you?
What?
To support a violent sexual predator as president who's been systemically infringing on and taking the rights away from women and girls
No,
across
I
the country by
support
limiting their access to
capitalism
healthcare
because
or
they
by
want to make
protecting-
money. Because you want to take our money. Thank you for the hand heart, Justin. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you for the other hand heart. Oh my gosh, y'all, what is going on?
I'm kicking you just for that shit alone. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you for the hand. Ugh, oh god. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue. I'm sorry. I physically can't do it. I physically can't do it. Do you support Trump?
Jordan 4s or Jordan 1s on that T-scope more than
Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I actually could just can't do it. I just can't do it. Let's go to get the next guest. Welcome in here. Welcome in. Blake, do you support Trump as president?
Yo, it's good, Dino.
Yeah, Dean Weathers, it's God.
Give me 5 seconds. I think he's gone. Hope you're well, bro. That was my friend. That was one of my friends from high school. But I don't want people, Blake. I don't want people like raiding your account and being an asshole to you and saying a bunch of crazy shit. So I had to kick you off the stream. I hope you've been well though, bro. That was that was one of my friends from high school. No, I love that guy. He's a good guy. I miss him a lot. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. Quite frankly, good guy. Good guy. Yeah, please don't take that as disrespect, Blake. How to protect you. They don't want people to raid your account, hop in your DMs, be assholes to you. Shout out to you though. Dude, I recognize that voice. I was like, holy shit, Blake, hello? Good guy, good guy, good guy. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We're gonna go to get the next guest connected right now. All right, let's go to get the next guest connected. Who we got? We got. I just sent him a text. I just sent him a text. I want to make sure that he heard what I said on stream, so I didn't think I was just airballing him. I wanted to make sure that he knows it wasn't one of those get big and forget the day one moments. You know. Welcome in, Danny. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How do you?
I'm 24. September 11th.
Could you please disconnect any Bluetooth device that you have connected to your name? To your phone.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. You said that you do support Trump?
I do.
All right. Why don't you go to tell us why?
I just think I'm pro-choice and I think trans people should have rights, but I think I voted for Trump because well I didn't vote, but
her bio literally says fuck Donald Trump. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We're gonna get the next guest Masalik connected to the live stream right now.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Do you support Trump? All right. Yep, he's in the bath. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Frizzle Izzy loading up into the box. Yo.
Oh shit.
Yo, my friend that joined just texted me back and he's like, "Bro, you're good. I didn't even realize that 24,000 people were watching." Bro, gotta keep you safe, bro. Gotta keep you safe. On God, gotta keep you safe, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Keenan loading in. gotta keep him safe, bro. Gotta keep him safe. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're gone. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got James loading into the box. Guys, please stop trolling me. I feel like we've spent over half of our stream today just dealing with trolls, and it's been really shitty. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys would just let me have a debate or two here. I feel like it's been a while since we've had a debate or two, so. What's up, Remus? Hello, Remus? Are you going to speak? Nope, you're just going to leave. Perfect. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Who we got next? Try to get JJ back in here. This is wild work. So many trolls, bruh. So many trolls. Holy cow. Only hop inside of the box if you're here for debates. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. In the meantime, folks, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing this live out with a couple of friends. We got JJ loading in. We're also going to get Thomas up here. Guys, if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, feel free to send a goat gift in and I'll invite you up. Okay, and the full queue just dumped. Okay, so the TikTok queue just dumped and it kicked everyone. This is a really good opportunity for only Trump supporters to hop inside of that queue. What's up,
Hello?
Jacob? Do you support Trump? Oh, the whole queue just dumped again. Holy cow. All right. Only hop inside of that queue right now if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. No reason why non-Trump supporters should be joining. Alrighty. This person's name is Ashlyn. Their bio says, Christ is my firm
Hello?
foundation.
Hello?
Maybe there'll be a good debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Howdy, Alexi Lou.
We
Yo.
are teen with
Get her out of here. Get her out of here.
Dean,
I'm
I
here
love
to
you,
debate
Dean.
you, Dean.
Dean.
Get her out of here. Oh, what's
Damn,
up?
Zin. Why are you so demanding, bro?
Because she's trolling.
Okay, and you're an American adult that supports Trump as president?
I am.
Oh, dude, that's fucking embarrassing.
Shut your ass up.
Whoa,
You support
calm
what?
down, dude.
What do you
Calm
support?
down. Wait,
What do
too
you
much
support?
passion. 1 second, too much passion. Calm down.
Okay.
Good boy. Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, ready. Support Trump because he helps a lot of citizens compared to what like the liberals.
Oh, okay. And how does he help citizens?
He works day and night. He stays up probably till like 3 a.m. every day working on files, meetings, making sure bills get passed, and the leftists just all they care about is money, and they're all corrupt.
And this is why blue states have lower fraud rates than red states? This is why the first, like, literally corrupt felon found guilty of corruption charges.
That's all,
was
bro.
a
That's all
Republican?
bullshit, bro.
Oh, it's all bullshit.
Yes.
His 34 felonies were bullshit.
He has not. He does not have 34 felonies.
Oh, like he literally does. Like, I'm just like lying.
Yes.
Are you trolling?
No.
He was found guilty of 34 felonies like over
He was
2
not.
years ago.
He was not though. Why? What is this?
Yeah, this is like the first page of the jury verdict form from the criminal court. And I took this screenshot to also include the URL so you could see that it is directly from newyorkcourts.gov/legacy PDFs/press PDFs Trump-verdict-sheet.pdf. You could go find it yourself. It is the people of the state of New York against Donald J. Trump. Indictment number, let's zoom in here. 71543-23 Justice Juan Merchan, date 5/29 of 24, and then it shows the first couple counts of the verdict sheet, finding him guilty for the first 4 felonies. In total, he was found guilty of 34 felonies.
Falsifying. How do you do that?
So do you accept that you were wrong? It's absolutely not bullshit to
No,
say that
I
Donald Trump
don't.
was convicted.
Who knows? Like, you could have just easily edited that.
Which is why I included the fucking URL, dude.
The
I
URL is
included the
nothing.
URL.
You could have also edited that. I don't believe it. I won't ever believe.
You could fact check it right now, you idiot.
Okay, give me a second.
You could go to that URL on your computer right now, bruh. What are you talking about?
Does ChatGPT know?
Well, I mean, like, yeah, like ChatGPT will tell you that he's a felon, but like, it's probably a bad idea to like rely on AI for all of your knowledge.
I don't. I pay monthly for it, so I have to use it, you know? He was convicted of 34 felony counts.
Yeah, and the URL to find the specific jury verdict form.
Sentenced
is
in
right
January,
there.
meaning
True.
no jail, though, no probation. So what he
Yeah.
did had nothing to do with how he runs the office up.
Okay, so you accept that you were wrong when you said that he wasn't a criminal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Apologize.
Not when
for
he's a
lying.
criminal. I accept that I was wrong about him being charged for 34 felonies. Doesn't
Okay,
make him a criminal, though.
It doesn't make you a criminal to be found guilty of crimes?
It does not. Do you know what a criminal means?
Yeah, what makes you a criminal?
There's definition. It's someone who repeatedly does crimes and breaks the law repeatedly. That's the key word.
Okay, well, if that's a key word, he's still a criminal since he was found guilty of 34 felonies?
That's not repetitive, though. That's one incident.
No, it was 34 different incidents. Double
It was
jeopardy. The
not.
Constitution, it prohibits you from being found guilty for the same crime twice, meaning each individual felony was a separate, distinct crime. Or in other
Is that
words,
all you-
separate, distinct instance. Also, by the way, repeatedly is not a word. It's repetitively, just to let you know.
That's what I said. I said repetitive.
Uh-huh.
Okay, how does that reflect on how he runs the office, though?
Sure, concede that he's a criminal.
So?
Okay, so you do concede that he's a criminal?
No.
No, you don't. Why?
I'm not lying. I'm getting my terms straight. He's not a
I
criminal.
didn't say lied. I said why.
Oh. because a criminal is someone who does more than that. That is, I need to look into it, but
So are undocumented immigrants criminals?
Undocumented, yes.
Oh, so if you commit one victimless misdemeanor that's not even prosecutable in civil courts, you're a criminal. But if you commit 34 first-degree felonies and you are found guilty by a criminal court, you're not a criminal. Explain that one to me. Explain that one to me. What are the criteria that you have to meet in order to be a criminal that undocumented immigrants clearly meet that Donald Trump does not meet? What are those criteria?
Well, you see, Donald Trump.
Is this the criteria for what is required to be a criminal? That also explains why undocumented immigrants are criminals, but Trump isn't. Where are those criteria, sir?
Yes, because criminals that break into the United States, like immigrants, they know what they do. And let me ask you a question: did Donald Trump?
I want you to respond to the question. The question is, what are the criteria that have to be met in order for somebody to be considered a criminal? That would explain why it's true that undocumented immigrants are criminals, but it's false that Donald Trump is a criminal. What are those criteria?
A criminal does illegal acts. Stop hitting your vape. Yeah, they do illegal acts over and over again.
Over and over again. Okay, so if you're an undocumented immigrant and you've just come into this country once with the use of undocumented means, you're not a criminal?
No, you are, because you're constantly every day you're in the United States is a day that you're breaking the law.
Okay. So every day that Donald Trump had those fake ledger entries on his ledger was a day that he was breaking the law.
Yes.
So then both undocumented immigrants and Trump are criminals.
Incorrect.
Okay, so then what makes it so an undocumented immigrant is a criminal but not Trump? Because your first explanation, every day that the undocumented immigrant is in the country, they're consistently breaking the law. Well, every single day that Donald Trump had those false entries in his ledger and his signature on a check, he was consistently breaking the law. So what's the difference?
Because immigrants go in here purposely for years and years and years, and then you also got to think about the ones who commit crime.
So it has to do with the years. Okay, how many? So you're saying that undocumented immigrants who have only been in America for 1 year are not criminals?
No, they are.
Okay, well, Donald Trump was in violation of New York state law for 5 years, and he's not a criminal?
5 years of what?
5 years of having false, fraudulent ledger entries in his business books, yeah.
Does it say that on his court case?
Yeah, because the felony that they found him guilty of was committed in 2015, and the court found him guilty of it in like 2023, so maybe even longer than 5 years.
This still doesn't make him a criminal.
Okay, why?
Because that is separate from doing illegal acts like murdering, killing.
Wait. So it's not illegal to commit a felony?
It is.
Okay, so that it's not separate from doing illegal acts.
Okay, what was his charges?
I showed them to you on the phone screen. Falsification of business records in the first degree.
No. I meant like what was his sentence? Because he was found guilty of 34 felonies, which...
The criminal court sentenced him to nothing.
Oof.
Because he was president when the time sentencing came around.
2015. When did he get charged?
2021, I believe.
2021. So that would make sense, but did the court say he was president and that's what saved him?
Well, that's just why he wasn't sentenced. Because, the sentence for his felonies was jail time, and they didn't really just want to send the sitting president to jail. But once again, the question is, what criteria do undocumented immigrants meet that make them criminals that Donald Trump does not meet that explains why he is not a criminal? Could you explain that to me like I'm 5?
What criteria are you talking about immigrants?
Yeah, what criteria do they meet that make them criminals that Donald Trump fails to meet that explains why he's not a criminal?
Well, they enter the U.S. illegally. They
do something illegal. Well, if that was the only criteria for being a criminal, doing something illegal, then Trump would be a criminal too because he did something illegal. So what are the additional criteria?
Okay, we've all done something illegal.
Okay. So then, what's the additional criteria? What makes him
Doesn't
criminals?
make
That
no,
make him a
no. It
criminal?
doesn't make all of us criminals, does it? No.
Okay. Then what does?
I'm telling you, it's the constantly breaking the rules. Donald Trump had one incident.
Listen, we could say that undocumented immigrants had one incident in the same way that Trump had one incident.
No,
There's one thing that they did. One moment. There's one thing that they did that was in violation of the law, which is the illegal entry. And there was like one thing that Donald Trump did that was in violation of the law for each felony, which was illegally fraudulating business records. Now, if you want to like widen that scope and more so metaphorically say that undocumented immigrants are in constant violation of the law because they continue to stay in the country illegally, well, under that same scope of understanding, Donald Trump was in constant violation of the law by consistently having those fraudulated ledger entries in his business books. There's no difference. Coming into the country was the original crime. Staying in the country was a continuation of that crime. Making the fraudulent ledger entries in his business books was the original crime. And keeping those fraudulent ledger entries in his business books was a continuation of that crime. What's the difference?
Okay.
So they're both criminals?
Sure.
Okay, so should we deport undocumented immigrants because they're criminals?
Yes.
Oh, but at the bare minimum, we can't get Trump out of the White House because he's a criminal?
You got to think about the extra people who bring
I just want to
drugs in
clarify.
here.
If it's okay to deport undocumented immigrants because they're criminals, why is it not okay to get Trump at least out of the White House because he's a criminal?
Well, that's different. You got to think about
what's the difference?
Trump's president. We can't just kick him out.
We can't kick the president out of the presidency? That's not true. We could impeach presidents.
Why hasn't he been impeached?
Presidents because the Republicans hold a majority in both chambers. Okay, but do you think that we should kick him out of the White House because he's a criminal?
No.
Okay, then we shouldn't kick undocumented immigrants out of the country in virtue of the fact that
We should. There's more of an effect on the United States.
You're saying that undocumented immigrants have a negative effect on the country? Prove that.
Yes. Okay. Well, you got to think about the incidents where there's child rapists. There's several cartel members being in here. There's drug trafficking.
Child rapists, drug trafficking. Anything else?
There's a lot of more shootings from undocumented immigrants.
Anything else?
There's more, yeah.
Okay, that's not true. They're actually 2.5 times less likely to engage in violent crimes, such as using a gun to kill somebody, than the average U.S.-born citizen. Okay, but like, all these violent criminals, that's not true?
Yep.
So my source is PNAS. What's yours?
Life.
Life is not a source for a statistical claim.
Yeah. Well, no, it is.
No, it's not. You can't observe statistics with your eyes. You can't hear statistics with your ears. Your body can't sense statistics like the temperature. You could hear statistics.
You live day by day, hearing the news, hearing this, researching. It's just
you
learn stuff every day.
But then ultimately the source there isn't like the fact that you like lived life and heard it. No, the source would be like what you heard. Like, okay, do you have an institution of research that has conducted a study that has determined and concluded that undocumented immigrants, are
like social media? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then give me your source.
Social media. It's just.
So social media is not a fucking source, you idiot. I'm on social media saying the opposite.
It is.
Okay. Am I on social media right now saying that's wrong?
Wait. So whatever you say.
Am I on social? Wait. Am I on social media right now saying that is false?
Yes.
Okay. So then the next time that you debate a liberal and they're like, oh hey, well actually no, undocumented immigrants are not more likely to commit crimes, and you ask them for their source and they just say social media because they heard me say it. Would you say that's a valid argument?
Well, I'm talking about like news reports.
Would you say that? Oh, which news report?
Like, you know how you're scrolling through TikTok.
Can you ask me for a specific? Could you please give me a specific news report?
Not that I can remember.
No, because you can't. But I can remember my source, so it proves you wrong. PNAS.
Okay, well, you do this every day, though.
Okay, is that supposed to make me feel like more sympathetic because you're making obtusely false claims? No, that's not supposed to make me worse. Okay, prove it.
I just did. It was on the news. I've seen this before.
So do you think that saying it was on the news is sufficient evidence to prove a claim to be true?
Yes.
Okay. You're 5'3" and stinky as fuck.
That's a terrible insult.
Well, it's true.
You have peach fuzz. I don't want to hear it.
I don't have peach fuzz.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. I heard it on the news that I don't.
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 21.
Why are you?
And you're 13.
I'm not. You wouldn't let me on here if I was
Wait,
13.
my proof that you're 13 is that I heard it on the news.
Actually, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
What
I
news
did.
source?
Well, I don't
What
need to
news
give that to
source?
you. I just need to say that I heard it on the news.
Yeah, you need to validate your source. What
Are you
news
saying that
source?
because I haven't provided you a valid news source that therefore I haven't proved my claim? Okay, well, you haven't done the same thing for crime rates as it relates to undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, that's why I said CNN.
Okay, give me the article from CNN.
Article 314 from 2025.
Yeah, they don't number their fucking articles. They give them titles, you genius.
That's what I said. 314 is the day that it happened, March 14th.
Okay, what's the title of the article?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, then leave. If you're not going to tell me the source for your claim, hit the road.
Whoa,
Like
chill.
what the fuck do you think this is? This is a debate stream, you dumbass. Like what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you the source for the claim that I'm making, bro. You're on a debate stream in front of an audience of nearly 30,000. You're making a goddamn fool out of yourself. What are you doing?
I'm not. I'm defending my side. Like, you have the right
Yeah, by
to defend
refusing
your
to
side.
provide
It's
a
called
source for the
freedom of
claim.
speech.
I just want to clarify. By refusing to provide a source for the claim, correct?
So you want me to go back in time and try remembering the news source? It was
I just
one
all
of
I want is,
CNN,
like,
Fox
evidence.
News, something like that.
All that I want is just evidence for what you're saying, bro.
All right, I'm leaving. Oh, wait, what's up, Parker?
What's up? Why are you leaving?
I need apparently 3,000 pounds of evidence.
Or you just need some evidence for your claims? Do you think it's bad to ask for evidence for claims?
The way you word it like that, yeah.
Well, how? How is it bad to ask for evidence when people make claims?
It wasn't necessarily a claim I made. It was more of what I think.
So, like a claim that you made about what you think?
Yes.
Okay, so then when we ask you for evidence for something that you think to be true, isn't that pretty obvious of, like, you know, that's going to happen when you join a debate stream, right?
Yeah, okay. Well, you got to think. I gave you my claim. I gave you the source. I gave you everything. You're just not happy with it.
You said you wouldn't provide him a title. That's explicitly saying you wouldn't provide him the source.
No, it's not. Okay, so
yes, it is.
There is a source I do remember from CNN. It was about a couple months ago. It was talking about an immigrant shooting a bunch of people.
Would you like to look it up? Or actually, by the way, and that's not evidence of a proportionality that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit these crimes. That's an individual account of an undocumented immigrant doing something that was terrible, which we would think is reason to deport that person. Okay, they're clearly fine.
No, they just started like playing music because they lost the debate. Yeah, Parker, welcome in, man. This has been the most uneventful stream of my goddamn life. Every person that I've spoken to has been an absolute moron.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I hope that the rest of the debates here for today is a little bit better than it has been for so far. I'm sorry, man.
No.
I want to say that isn't like pretty common though.
Yeah, it's just been especially bad today. Like, dude, just like straight up droids, bro. Straight up fucking droids, man. Let me tell you. Quite frankly, straight up droids. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Win. Okay. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Your favorite, welcome in. You're on mute. Do you support Trump? And they're not even here. That's beautiful. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Moving on to the next guest. Thank you, Jessica, for the $20 donation on Venmo 29 minutes ago, who says, "You're a brilliant debater, and I support your activism. I love everything that you stand for. Keep it up." Hey, thank you, Jessica. Let's get 200 Jessica W's. I appreciate you. Christopher, thank you so much for the $250 donation on Venmo. God damn, Christopher. That's crazy. I appreciate you, man. That's so kind. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Holy cow, dude. Christopher with the $250 says, hidden victims. The hidden victim in the recent attacks against Dean Momo the Badass Kitty. Let's not forget collateral damage, and let's get this kitty cat a Kevlar vest with a laser-mounted turret so all intruders can feel the pew-pew. You know what, Chris? That is a great idea. I will be redirecting all proceeds of the security fund into a laser-mounted turret attached to a Kevlar vest
Momo
for
Security
my cat.
Defense Force.
Yeah. All funds will be going directly to the Momo Security Defense Force. That's
Hello?
funny as hell, Christopher. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 250 Christopher W's. 2,500 Christopher W's. Same thing to you, Courtney and Anya. Thank you both for the $10. Anya says, been listening to you for a while and just want to say thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate you, Anya. And Courtney with the $10 says, I'm proud of you and all the effort that you put into these debates every single day. We greatly appreciate it. Well, I appreciate you, Courtney. You're awesome. What's up, user? Do you support Trump, bro?
Yes, I do. I support many of his opinions, but not every single one. Like his stance on Israel, I don't support the state of Israel.
Quite frankly,
but I
what
do
time is
support.
Quite frankly, what time is it?
I cannot do this shit anymore.
Okay. It's a really weird joke to make, man. Thank you, Quentin, for the $14 donation over on PayPal, who says, it's me again. I want to say I'm sorry that this is happening to you and the allegations and the threat. I care about you. Sue that person who ruined your life and have an amazing day. I appreciate you for the love. That's very kind of you, Quentin. Show some love to Quentin down below. Thank you. Same thing to Eleanor. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Deanna and Cassandra, for the $2 and the $5. And Eleanor, thank you for the $12, who says, British girl who debated you on childhood abortions here. I want to say thank you for your respect towards me during and after a debate. I'm proud that my points made you think. Yeah, dude, your point did make me think. First time I've thought in a while in doing these debates. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate, folks. If you want to support me, you could find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. You also always have the handle right there at the top of the phone screen. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in the last name Withers. Same thing with the pin message over on that YouTube stream. Very best way to support what we do. Welcome in, Evan. Do you support Trump? Hello, Evan. Evan, are you with us? Evan, are you with us? Apparently not. You're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? 10 out of 10. Absolutely beautiful. Like, on God. You're actually great. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Holy moly. Come on, guys. We got VR guy loading up into the queue right now. Hello. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Banned! Moving on to the next guest. We got Addison loaded up inside of the queue. Only up inside of the box if you're here for debate. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Quite frankly. Okay, we got Addison loading up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Okay, it does not look like Addison is connecting to the live stream. That's fine. We're going to move on to the next guest, Dr. Doom. Matthew, thank you for the $1 donation on PayPal. You're the GOAT. And Lily, I appreciate you for the $8, who says, I'm so sorry that people are treating you the way you have been over the course of the last couple days. I appreciate you. It's been pretty rough, but we're getting through it. Dr. Doom, do you support Trump?
Vote for me 2028. Let's go.
I'm going to take that as a no. Next guest loading in. We got Brittany Bowman. Welcome in, Brittany. Do you support Trump? Not here. Catherine, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Catherine, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, man, why do you support this idiot?
I just think.
Oh, you went on pause. When you leave the TikTok app, we won't be able to hear you. There you go. You came back. We'll be able to hear you now. Go ahead. You're going to have to take it from the top. When you leave the app, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know that.
Do I support him as a person? No. I think most politicians are corrupt and they're all going to be terrible people. I don't think, for example, just using him as an example, I don't think Joe Biden is a good person. Has he done good things for our country? Yes, just like Trump has. But for me as a citizen, who I'm benefited more by having Trump in office. If I have to pick between Joe Biden or Trump, me as a person, I'm benefited more by Trump. And at the end of the day, I have to, and again, they both done terrible things, both said terrible things. I think they're both terrible people. I think Trump is a disgusting person, like genuinely. But politicians, when we really have no other choice but to go for the fact of, at the end of the day, there's going to be the two main ones, right? And it's the way the system was set up. You have to kind of go with the system. As terrible as it sounds, sometimes you have to go with the system, and sometimes you have no good options. But if that's majority vote, then you just kind of have to vote for who you think would benefit you the best.
What makes you think that Trump makes you better off?
Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and like act like I have like a million. I haven't done that much research. I've done as much research as I can, given that I work a million hours a week. But I think some of his policies I agree with more. I think there does need to be border restrictions because I think that's how every country should be. Do I think that the process to get into like, for example, if someone's coming from Mexico to get into the country, people say, oh, I don't understand why they would come in illegally. If you just want to come in, go through the process. The process is hard. Sometimes people don't, it's not an easy thing to just, go through that whole situation. And I understand why people come into the country illegally, just like I understand why somebody would rob a store to feed their kid. I have empathy. I'm not a Republican, and I'm not even a Republican. Am I more on that side? Yes, but not a Republican. But do I think that a lot of Republicans lack empathy? Yes, and that also is a big problem. I think that there should be a way to find middle ground where, yes, we have borders closed and for the protection of our people, but we also make it easier to protect other people because at the end of the day, it's land that belongs to everybody.
Okay, you know that Democrats like Kamala Harris still wanted to secure the border, and they still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. They just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. And Donald Trump undermined the bipartisan border bill that would have increased border security and would have made the asylum process go quicker under the Biden-Harris administration because he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually finding solutions for the border.
They're saying I'm yapping. I spoke to. Okay, sorry. I'm listening. You made good points. I didn't know any of this, and I just hit the ball way too much.
Does she leave?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Seems like you've had a very interesting day so far, Dean.
Bro.
Seems like I'm sorry, bro. It seems like an unfortunate day. This kind of just tells you how MAGA is basically cooked.
Yeah. No, I think we're at the end, Parker. I think we're gonna have to switch over stream soon because MAGA's just cooked, bro.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I think that might be very, very soon.
I think we should maybe FaceTime tomorrow when we both have time and like talk about, what the possibilities are.
Yeah,
I think it's really getting close to time just because.
Hey, can you do me a favor and say the word hallelujah?
No.
Yeah, no. Go ahead and say the word.
How does he know that? I can't say that word. How does he know that? How does he know that? I must have like talked about that on stream like 2 years ago. I can't say that word.
You can't. You can't say hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Say it.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Fuck you. That last guess. Fuck you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah.
Yes. Let's
nice.
go.
Moving on to the next guess. Hell yeah. We did it. Oh, there's a couple people in the chat that like took a little bit more of like a rhetorical reading of me saying I couldn't say the word. Like I didn't want to say it, or it's gonna like burst out into flames and be banished to hell because literally the devil.
Dean Withers. How you
Aiden,
doing?
hello. Do you support Trump?
I actually don't. I just wanted to say,
Goats. We were just looking for people that support Trump. Thank you for your kind words. Quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. Mask. Holy fuck. Thank you for the $100 on Super Chat again, dude. Jesus Christ. Yo, Mouse with $100 says, don't know why those who blame crime on immigration do not understand that people tend to commit crimes within all of the beautiful colors we see upon the color that they are. Silly, silly gooses, beloved as you are. I appreciate you for the $100, Mask. I think that there was a kind message being communicated there, even if I didn't quite understand it. I appreciate you. Thank you as well, Henry, for the $10, who says this is really Stockholm Syndrome at its finest. We definitely do see that from various Trump supporters. So true. Thank you as well for the $10. I Killed Cupid, who says, we love you, Dean. Thank you for all that you do. Oh, all the love in the world to you as well. Looking for the next guess. This person in the chat says, I'm a Trump supporter. This person in the chat also says, I'm a Trump supporter. Somebody who says, for somebody that doesn't like Trump, you sure mock him a lot. Yeah, you typically mock people you don't fucking like, you absolute idiot.
Oh my
Moving on
god,
to the
I
next
actually
guess.
made it go. I
Luke
don't
Ben.
support Trump.
Yeah, Dean,
Oh my
apparently
God.
that person only mocks people that they like. So, by the way, they were mocking you with that statement. Let's just be very clear, which means they like you, Dean.
True. Undeniably. Undeniably true, quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest here. We got Cadence loading up into the box. Caden, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I do have a serious question.
I'm so sorry, Cadence. The rules are the rules. The rules are the rules, Cadence. Follow them, please and thank you. Please and thank you, quite frankly. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Almost just kicked Parker. Whoa. Like, clicked on, like, your account, hit the little X button and everything. I wasn't even thinking. Luckily, I caught myself. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, folks. Welcome to Natalie. Do you support Trump? Natalie, hello? Natalie is not here. Okay. Hey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo Josie, who says, thank you for the noble work you do. You're truly making the world a better place. Please stay safe. I appreciate you. Listen, I try to do good work. Right now, I'm really limited because of the amount of trolls that we've had all day. It's just been insanity. Absolutely ludicrous, quite frankly. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Thank you, Jasmine, for the $10 on PayPal. He says, perhaps if you drop the American-only stipulation, you'll get more people. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But, like, the goal is to still, like, influence more people to vote for the left, which requires them being American. I don't know. I'll consider. Haley, thank you as well for the $16. It is Hallie. Who says, Dean, I'm from Canada and extremely disappointed in the way that the U.S. government is with Orange Face. I'm also deeply sorry for the accusations that you are facing that are obviously false. I love you and hope that you're doing well. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm so happy that you enjoy the live streams. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously false. The internet knows that now, which is a good thing. So, Addison, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, I made it in the queue finally. Please don't end before you debate me. Okay, apparently there's somebody by the name of Addison in the queue that is here to debate. Where is Addison? Addison, what does your TikTok account look like? Happily add you up here so we could skip past all the trolls. There's just been so many. Yeah, you're going to have to let me know, Addison. You're going to have to let me know specifically what your TikTok profile looks like so I could just get you up here. Let's go to get the next guest connected because unfortunately we were not able to find Addison. Karma and Day, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, then stay out of the queue. It's so fucking easy. Welcome in. Daniel, do you support Trump? Nice. Moving on to the next guest. Nice. This is great. Yippee. This is awesome. Jack, do you support Trump?
Why'd you say that girl, Dean?
Which girl? The Emily girl who stole the identity of a 13-year-old from Australia?
Yep.
Or that girl?
Yep.
Okay, well, the girl said I didn't assay her and that she had her identity stolen. Why do you believe lies, Jack?
Wait, what? Hold on. That doesn't make sense. And Parker, why are
wait,
you...
Wait. Don't refocus on Parker. You're saying something doesn't make sense. The fact that you're peddling a false
maybe
allegation
I
because
just
you disagree
have...
with me politically doesn't make any sense.
Maybe I
Does
have
that make
Trump...
sense?
Maybe I have Trump ears, but from what I heard, it was a girl from the UK.
Well, in fact, yeah, that was the real girl who had her identity stolen, not the Emily girl. And the fact that you know that she had a British or Australian accent
Well,
means that you
it's
know
good
that
to
she had
know
her
you
identity
didn't
stolen.
actually do that then, I
Wait,
guess.
Jack, the only way that you could know that she's from the UK or from Australia is if you heard her voice. And the only time her voice has been made public is in the video saying that I didn't rape her and she had her identity stolen.
Like I said,
So
Trump
just to
ears,
clarify,
man.
you know that I didn't rape or essay anybody, but now you're joining a live stream of 30,000 people saying that I did. Do you know that that opens you
Telling
up
you,
to
man.
defamation? You know that
Telling
opens you
you,
up to
man,
libel or
it's-
slander?
Yeah, yikes.
Okay.
A
Apologize.
big oopsie.
Apologize.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
apologize.
that's not bad.
Good boy.
Sorry, Dean.
Moving on to the next guest. Yeah, nice. Another Trump supporter intentionally pelling false allegations. No, that's good. Guys, it's a great look, by the way. It's a great look for the right. It makes you guys look great. Makes you guys look awesome. Yeah. When you extort the stolen identity of a child to peddle a false rape allegation, it makes you look great. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Somebody in the chat says, oh, how does it feel, Dean? Oh, yeah. Own the liberals by extorting the identity of innocent 13-year-old children. Owning the liberals, bro. Congrats. You own the libs, bro. 10 out of 10. You own. I feel so owned right now, bro. I feel so owned right now, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the box if you're here for debate. Show owned, quite frankly. We're getting show owned. Okay. Looking for the next guest right now. Addison said that she's in the queue and their name is Addie. I'm looking through the queue. I don't see you. I'll continue to look for you. I'll continue. Oh, this might be you. Alrighty. We got a K and an Addie loading up inside of the box. While they're loading up, we have two people to thank. You guys are like fucking fantastic. Mel, I don't know what's going on with you today. You've been so kind to me. Mel, thank you so much for another $100 donation on PayPal. Show so much love to Mel down below in that comment section. Thank you, Mel. Let's get 1,000 Mel W's. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is craziness. Thank you so much. And Laura, thank you so much for the $120 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Laura. And by the way, that is a very unique spelling of Laura. That is Luahra. What a unique spelling. Thank you for the love. That is a very kind donation. Mel and Laura, I'm so grateful for you both. Laura with a 120 says, hope that you and your family stay safe. Hope that you're doing all right, from Lou. Well, I appreciate you, Lou. I guess that's your shorthand is Lou. I appreciate you for the $120 and the very kind words. Yeah, we're trying to stay safe. I mean, we're making massive investments into our safety and security. That's what we're doing. And hopefully it pays off. You know what I mean? Appreciate you so much. Addie, welcome in. Is this the Addie that supports Trump that wanted to join? Is this a random? Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
May 21st.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I support that he's deporting illegals.
Parker, do you want to take it? I'm a little tired.
Is it just me, or do they have an echo?
They do have a little bit of an echo. Do you think there's anything they could do about that? Oh, well, whoever they are, they're lying. They're lying. I just... yeah, the Addison person just texted me as like a message on PayPal saying that's not me. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. I don't want.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, shit! That may be you, Parker. I just heard a little bit of an echo from you.
Oh,
I don't know.
do you hear it from me now?
Test, test, test.
Hello, hello, hello.
No, I think we're good. Kaylee, do you support Trump?
My dad does. I try to get him to debate you, but he's scared of you, like low key.
Have a good rest of your day, Kaylee.
He's very scared of you.
He's also maniacally laughing in the background. That's, strange, but whatever. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only opposite side of the queue. If you are here for debate, please and thank you. We got Luke loading up in. We are just going to go to end our live here soon if we're not able to get a debate up here in the next 5 minutes. Fuck that. 2 minutes. If we don't get a debate up here in the next 2 minutes, we're going to go and just end our live stream early. We're going to go and end our live stream early. Miss Jamie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is very kind of you, Jamie. Jamie with a $50 says, slow day, but you still deserve more for dealing with these bottom dwellers. I appreciate you for the $50, Jamie. That's very kind of you. I've been trying my best to deal with them today. They haven't been the worst. I appreciate you for the $50. Show some love to Jamie. And then Jay with the $13 who says, thoughts on the AP story just posted about how the Supreme Court decided with the Trump administration on mail-in voting restrictions ahead of the midterms. Yeah, listen, I think that it's bad, but it's not like a definite ruling that it's legal to ban mail-in ballots. It's just going to be further contested in courts. Thank you for the love. Welcome in to my, probably butchering your name.
I do kind of support Trump. I'm on a very thin line here that I'm trying to figure out. I like when Trump, when he first became president, my family was like all for it, and they're like still all for it. And like, I feel like whenever I do something wrong, they call me a Democrat and stuff like that. And I'm trying to figure out my political standing, kind of.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, okay. Well, listen, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
I'm not sure because I haven't heard anything about this new person yet.
Oh, yeah. Hey, well, listen, I actually don't think that you're in a position where it'd be a good idea for you to like debate me, Parker. I think that you're in a position where it'd be a good idea to watch the stream and listen to the debates. The reason why
I've been watching the streams for the past couple of days, and I feel like I want to share my opinion on the
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and just welcome in the rest of the people on the panel first. Addie, do you support Trump?
I am the one that donated this time and like a couple weeks ago, and so I don't support Trump anymore, but I have a different take on abortion that I haven't heard you debate yet, and I have a debate prepared that I'd really like to do with you.
Okay. I'll consider that. Well, just real quick so I don't have you waiting on the panel. What's your take? Like 2 sentences or less?
So I am pro-choice, but I personally do believe that it is murder. And I know that you don't believe it's murder until a certain point.
So you're saying that murder should be legal?
Not all murder, but like I've heard your case of like with the brain dead patient, and I feel like it's kind of similar to that.
Okay.
How do you differentiate between what murder should be legal and what murder should be illegal?
I personally think that murder is the taking of a human life for unjust reasons, like I think Dean believes, but I believe that abortion and it is not justified, nor is like just murder of like an adult human, but I would say
if it's
that
murder, why should it be legal?
I don't think murder should be legal, but
So then you think that abortion should be illegal because you think it's murder?
I believe that it should not be up to the government to decide whether or not like a woman has abortion, but I do still believe it's wrong. So I personally would never have
We don't
an abortion.
understand your reasoning, but we're not going to convince you away from that because that makes more sense for you to hold to than a pro-life view from our perspective.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why do you want to convince us otherwise? I'm confused. What does that have to do with the stream?
Yeah, I
Well-
think that I may opt out of talking to you because, like, I don't want to push you into thinking that abortion should be banned. But to be clear, that's like really the only logical position that you could hold if you think that abortion's murder. That's why you shouldn't think that abortion's murder. But I guess you find yourself in a weird position where you think otherwise, and I think I want to leave you there. I think I want to leave you in that weird position because at least you think that abortion should be legal.
All right.
I appreciate you for coming up though, Addie.
Yeah.
You take care.
You too.
And then Luke, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay, what time is it?
It is 10 to 9.
Okay, what state are you in?
Maryland.
Okay, what's the capital of Maryland?
Annapolis.
I think that's right? Is that true?
Yeah, I live like a mile outside of it.
Can you name 3 states that border Maryland?
New York, and I'm not sure what's south of it.
So only only New York?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Parker. You're like Dean's little bitch, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you so aggressive?
Yeah, what did I do to you?
Mate. All the 14-year-old girls need to get a grip. It's embarrassing.
Okay.
Okay. How old are you?
25 on top, by the way. L25 on top.
You're 25?
No.
Did you feel like a...
Shut the fuck up, Parker. Shut up.
Did you feel like a strong man when you said that?
Yeah, I did. To be fair, I did.
You did?
Then stop whispering
I
in
did.
your mic because you know that your mom's gonna
Yeah.
go over
Can
and
you
she's
speak
gonna
up,
beat your
please?
ass if you speak up.
Yeah, I'm speaking up, mate. Shut the fuck up, Dean, mate. You're actually pathetic.
Shut the fuck up. You're actually pathetic, bro. Shut the fuck.
Alright, mate.
I don't want to speak any louder because I don't want my mom to
Sorry,
hear me. But Dean, you're actually
thank
pathetic.
you, Adolf
You're actually
Hitler,
pathetic,
for the
Dean.
5. Thank you.
Wait, I have a
Olaf.
question. Why am I
Thank you,
pathetic? One moment. Hey, why do you think I'm pathetic, bro?
I can't hear you. Can you speak up, please?
Oh yeah, bro. Why do you think I'm pathetic, bro?
What?
Yeah. Why?
Okay, anyway, thank you, Adolf Hitler, for the 5. Thank you, Charlie Kirk, for the $308, bro. That's really nice of you. Andy Burnham, bro. You've been in
Was
power
that
for a
supposed to
week.
be rage bait? Because you just sound like really corny.
Bro, shut the
You
fuck
sound
up.
like
Oh
an
my
incel
word.
that just needs like attention really badly.
Yeah,
That like you just
incel,
say
to be
the worst thing that you can think of so that you can just get attention. That's like a toddler move. You know, toddlers do the same thing.
No, they do.
Okay, I'm not asked, to be fair.
I think I'm agnostic on your status as a moral agent because it's possible that you like lack of a will due to the very few brain cells you
probably,
have in
yeah.
your mind and the
Yeah,
very
yeah,
low
yeah, probably,
capacity
yeah.
for intellect, which I think you possess. That's the
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
that I
probably.
value is the capacity for intellect. That's why I'm pro-choice.
Yeah, let me just nick everyone's
I
money
don't
and
think
then
that
leave.
the fetus has the capacity for intellect
Oh
until
my
around 20 through
word,
24
shut
weeks
the fuck up,
gestation.
bro. Yeah,
I
let me
think
just
that
nick everyone's
you
money
might be a
and
little
then
bit
dip.
like the
Nice one.
fetus. I don't know if you have the capacity for intellect.
Yeah, Luke, did you know that you could swipe out of the live? If like Dean triggers you so badly, you can swipe out of the live.
Well, yeah, but
If you're
go back
such a
to your safe
snowflake
space,
that some opposing opinion triggers you so badly, then you can just always swipe away.
Yeah, you could just go back to your safe
Parker,
space.
you were
Lil Rel.
literally arguing with some clearly brain dead guy over Trump for like 2 hours.
Oh, and right now.
Over
too, by the
how
way.
big
Am
a
I
chain
doing?
was.
Are you saying I'm doing that right now?
I'd say you're doing that right now.
You were
Parker. This
arguing
guy's clearly
about how
unintelligent.
big a chain is and whether it makes someone a gangster. You were doing that
Yeah,
for 2
wait,
hours.
that person was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, he was brain dead, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, that was... Oh.
That's what I do for a living. I talk to Trump supporters.
And I still haven't heard a
no.
reason from you for why you think I'm pathetic. You just kind of said that I'm pathetic. What's the reason why I'm pathetic?
It's to get loads of gifts, and I've been milking it, and it was working.
Are you jelly, bro?
I'm pathetic.
Are you
because
just
people
jelly
send
that
me
Dean
money?
is getting gifts?
Yeah, bro, I am.
You're so jelly, bro. I'm sorry, man.
I'm trolling, and I've had longer times than actual debaters, so...
What? What are you talking about? We just had a longer debate. And that's because people like you are trolling.
Yep.
Okay.
Why do you think I'm pathetic for making money?
Yeah.
Because you're nicking everyone's money for security reasons. Even though
But
you
he
could
needs
just
them.
stop.
Oh, like
my
yeah.
word, shut up. Shut
yeah,
your mouth.
I actually.
No, he's just saying that he used it for that.
Yeah, I don't even understand this. So like I take donations every day when people want to support me in what I do. But then it's like the moment I say this is what your donation will be going
Someone
towards
just
and
said I'm from
why.
South London.
All the,
That's
like, I just want to
actually an
clarify. Let me
insult.
finish speaking. I'm going to put you on mute. Shut up. So I've accepted donations forever. Okay, on TikTok, on YouTube, people can, send me money on Venmo, PayPal, so on and so forth. And you're saying that there's not an issue with that. But then once I say like, okay, here's what your donation will be going towards. Okay, security and safety for me and my girlfriend because people are,
So it's lapis.
incredibly
So
big
it's
threats
lapis.
to our lives. Like, then all of a sudden it's an issue. Like I would assume that it's, if anything, like more pathetic to accept donations just to, fund my life, pay rent, pay bills, buy food,
So
a
it's
bottle of
lapis.
booze.
So
Like compared to like directing those funds specifically to the safety and security of me and my loved ones. But you only take issue with it when I direct those funds to the safety and security of me and my loved ones?
I'm racking up. I'm not listening, but I'm racking up so much money right now. It's lapis, by the way, lapis.
How much money do you think you've made?
Yeah, how much?
Shut up.
Emily, thank you for the $5 donation on
keep-
Venmo. I
keep
really
going.
appreciate you for the love, Emily. Thank you for the $5. Same thing to you, Logan. Thank you for the $10 as well. You says, Dean, thank you for what you do. I've been able to change minds in my work in a predominantly red town because of your words, advice, and guidance. Thank you for the love,
thank you for
Logan.
the galaxy.
Same thing to
Thank you
Elise.
so
That is ELYSE. Thank you for the $20 donation. Who says, Dean, you've inspired so many people, including myself. So sorry for all the crap that you've been put up with. I appreciate you for the $20, Elise. Let's get 200 Elise W's down below in that
No,
comment
but
section.
actually,
Thank
no.
you so much.
Actually,
Oh, but actually, thank you,
seriously,
Eric, for the €55 donation over on that YouTube stream. That is ERIK. Let's get 500 Eric W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Eric. Eric with the €55 says, sending another pathetic donation for the much needed security fund. I appreciate you for that love. That is very kind of you, Eric. Dude, can you actually quickly thank Eric for that €55 donation? That is a
Yeah, bro.
major
Thank you,
donation.
Eric. Thank you, Eric, so much.
Good
Yeah,
boy.
Luke,
I do
can you
actually send
stop grifting? Can you stop grifting, Luke?
I don't know what that means. Shut up, Parker. I do
You're,
actually
you're
agree with what you
grifting.
stand
You're
up.
dishonestly holding a perspective to get attention.
I'm going to give this guy some time before we end. Go ahead and take it away. Whatever your question was. You've been waiting for a while. Just lay it on us.
Oh no, it's fine. I see you deal with a lot of like rude people, like almost every day. I'm not watching your lives a lot, but when I see you, you're like rude people just really knock you down and just kind of like very rude. But I wanted to share why I kind of support Trump is because of like the illegals kind of, but it's from like a certain perspective. Like my grandma, she's from the Bahamas, but she became a U.S. citizen. She like kept her visa.
You're muffling
and
your
stuff.
mic. There you go.
Oh, I am. I'm so sorry. But I was told by my sister that the illegals, she keeps telling me that they had plenty of time to get like their green cards and stuff. But I hear from other people that like it takes a while. So I'm like, there's plenty of like, it's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like Trump's kind of doing some good because there's been a lot of people that have come through here illegally that have done some bad stuff, but it's not all of the illegals.
Hey, Dean, I'm gonna go start my live. I appreciate you having me up, man. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thanks for joining.
I'm
you're
not a
saying
child. Someone said I
You're
was a
saying
child,
that there's
but
like some undocumented immigrants who are doing some bad things?
Yeah, but
Okay, so there are
I'm sorry,
some undocumented
I have
immigrants who are doing...
anxiety,
You're
so I
good,
don't-
listen. You're good. There are some undocumented immigrants who are doing bad things, but they represent a very small portion of all undocumented immigrants. Less than
Yeah.
1% of undocumented immigrants are guilty of a violent crime. But if you want to deport them, you should probably support the Democrats because the Democrats are better at deporting undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Upwards of 25% of the deportations under Obama were of those people. Meanwhile, today under Trump, that's below like 3%.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe you should go hop in Parker's queue if you want to continue dialogue because I think I am going to get off, but I appreciate you for joining.
Yeah, I think I'll learn some more.
Yeah, take a look into it. You have a good rest of your day, okay? Take care. Take care. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And don't worry about it. I understand how anxious and nervous you get joining a live with so many people. It's a very scary thing. You know, I'll actually say I don't understand why more people don't get scared of it. You know, when I first started doing these debates, I hope that she's still here so she could hear this. When I first started doing these debates and I would like join like Parker's stream and he had like 1,000 people watching, I was so nervous. Oh my goodness, I couldn't keep it together. Okay? And at that point, I was still already like debating every day for a while. So, I mean, I couldn't even imagine joining like a stream with 30,000 people. It's terrifying, bro. In fact, I ask myself frequently, like, why are there not more guests who are scared by that? You know what I mean? Viola, that is Viola. I appreciate you for the $20 on Super Chat who says, stay safe, man. I appreciate you for the love. That's very kind of you. Same thing to you, Feisty Bot. Thank you for the $10 who says, hush, incel. You're hilarious. Rebecca, thank you for the $20 who says, people go to the movies, to dinner or bowling, etc. every day. I spend time with my Just Watching You. Thank you for being our entertainment worth every dollar. Hey, Rebecca and Jess, it's good to see you both again. I'm so grateful for you too. Good to see you again today. I know that you sent a donation in yesterday. Hope y'all are well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sierra, thank you for the $15. She says, hearing you tell Luke to shut up and muting him made my day. Thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate you for the $15. Caroline, I appreciate you for the $10. She says, hey, so whatever happened to Phil? I kind of miss him, watch him getting emotional. No, dude, he's just been AFK, bro. He's been missing in action. Thank you, Logan, for the $10 as well. I appreciate you for your kind words. And Dustin, thank you for the $10 who says stay safe. Appreciate that, Dustin. And then over on PayPal, thank you, Bianca, for the $20 dono. I appreciate you for letting me know. Oh. Oh, okay, Bianca. Guys, I appreciate everyone so much for showing up today. I think that we had a good stream, and I'm grateful for you all. think that we had a good stream, and I'm grateful for you all so much for being here. Bianca, I will take a look into that. But anyways, folks, I'll see you all tomorrow. See you all tomorrow, guys. Thank you for letting me know, Bianca. I will be taking a look into that. One last person to thank you before I hop off, because this literally just came in 2 seconds ago. Thank you so much, Mel, for the $100, who says, just wanted to wrap your night up on a good note. Keep safe. I appreciate you, Mel. Just show some love to Mel down below. Mel, you were very kind to me. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you for all the love today. You were genuinely awesome. Same thing with everybody else. Thank you so much for supporting me today. Thank you for the love. On your way out, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok and drop us up on YouTube. Thank you once again, Mel. So very kind of you. Thank you so much. Go raid Parker. Add Parker Get a Job on TikTok. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Peace. Good night and goodbye.